Okay, welcome everyone. This is, I guess, episode 2 or 40 something, depending on your perspective. The diminished but also augmented Frosty Few. Don't know whether Frosty is the right term for it now, but you've travelled far, far to the south. If I can see you can see on the map here, starting out in Luskin. Which was still, icy and cold, maybe even 2 months, past Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate. You stopped in Candlekeep. I think Ash Louise, you had an audience with a contact of yours within Candlekeep from your religious order, and also the party met with one of your contacts as well. And you encountered a large slaving galley that had been abandoned, and all of the slaves had been turned into zombies. So that ship has sunk now, and you sent them to the bottom of the sea, and carried on, got caught in a storm, going past the Neelanther Isles, and were washed up. And there, stopping for repairs, you encountered more zombies, or I think they were ghouls, sprinting zombies, World War Z style zombies, and from there managed to repair the ship. I'm cutting a long story short here, but repair the ship and make the dash across to Chult. You've got the map that you're seeing on screen is one that you've got. You know that it's very old and it might be incorrect. You know that even the topology has changed since then. This is a pre-Spell Plague map. And you have just pulled into the port city of Nyan Zaru. I'm going to shift maps, and while that's happening, I think it will be worthwhile just to remind us and everyone and anyone listening or watching for each of your characters, who you are, race, class, and how you would look. I think for Ash and Sharpie, you would look very different now. It's you've been travelling probably for a couple of weeks through very hot, very humid ocean-going stuff. So being rugged up, looking like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is not quite how you are now. So Ash, do you want to go and give us just a bit of a overview of your character?
Ash is a pinkish red tiefling. She is a cleric of Selune and also Lathander. She is a twilight cleric. And upon receiving some divine aid in the final battle with Orville, the White Witch, she was tasked to go down south to fight a certain foe she'd never heard of. And so that's why she's coming down here.
Okay. Thank you. Chris, do you want to do the same for Sharpie, please?
Sharpie is a halfling, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, about 3 foot. Blonde-haired, green-eyed, about 3 foot tall. Generally nondescript, except for the fact that he's carrying a very ornate staff and a very ornate crown.
Yes.
Generally just worn in bare leathers and not much else at the moment.
Okay. And Shell, our welcomed newcomer to the party. You can describe your entry and your appearance as well, if you could. Thanks.
Right. So during the gang's previous adventures, they came across a very large, about maybe 6'2", 6'3", what looked like a wooden golem. He is made almost entirely out of wood, except he has a large metal breastplate bolted to his chest, and he wears a thick green cloak which kind of covers up the rest of his body. His name is Shell. He has been tasked with, I guess, leading this group through Chult on a mission. I can't quite remember. It's nobody's really pressed him on why he has to return to Cholt, but yeah, he seems keen to get back.
Okay.
Certainly, Sharpie certainly would ask you why you're coming back to Scholt.
So yeah, that's worth playing
at some
through.
point.
So if we just dial it back a little bit through, so you've been travelling for 2 months. So that's the three of you, and there's also two other characters with the party. One of them is a monk, looks human, wears dark grey pyjamas and soft, comfortable shoes, and the only sort of distinguishing feature apart from that is his eyes seem to sometimes glow with a sort of golden glow, not fire. But he's been sort of introspection and effectively meditating over the course of this trip, and the other person is Jacus, who normally is quite obstinate. Is a paladin who is all about making a name for himself and carving out a kingdom for himself. And he feels that he's the rightful heir to Neverwinter, and he's just biding his time and amassing his forces so that he can go and take the throne back as is rightfully his. But he seems to have had a bit of an epiphany and has been far more introspective over the trip south. Obviously still just as ready to wield his hammer and mace as anyone, but since having to sort of slink past Neverwinter, him and his 100 followers that are also on board this ship, he's got 100 mercenaries that are with you, including knights, clerics, a couple of veterans, some scouts, and mostly archers or spearmen. But yeah, so he's been very quiet over this time and seems to be going through some sort of crisis of faith, but he's not revealing too much. It's more like quiet prayer and reflection, and he's taken the time to do that. I think, the other thing you can see on the map is this dragon turtle. Now, obviously it's not right there, but it's just showing that that's the sort of vicinity it's in, and you appeased it by giving it its demanded tribute for entry into the bay. So, I'll show you here we are, a handout.
Handout. Where is this handout?
Just coming now. Should show up on screen.
In Roll20?
Yeah, in Roll20.
I'm not seeing it on my end.
Okay, I'll try it again. In fact, I can do a bit of a clickorama while I
There we are.
You got it now?
Yep, Mezro report.
That's it. Okay, so you appear in a tropical city under the blazing sun. You've spent quite a long time now, in a hot climate, but now it's also much more humid as you can feel the steam washing off the jungle. The familiar sounds of harbours that you've pulled into quite a few large ports in your time, creaking ropes, slapping waves, heavy barrels rolling across cobblestones, voices shouting and cursing, the unfamiliar language. Clearly the native tongue of Cholt is not your own. It's filled with sort of clicks, inhalations and sort of sing-songy words, making it sound almost musical. The other thing that's different from this port from others is the unfamiliar aroma of spices and the tropical fruit, the really sweet tropical fruit that mixes with this wharf-side smells of fish, tar and canvas. Almost sickly sweet concoction. Beyond all of that, however, Port Nyanzaru is a explosion of colour. The cities further north are a bit of a drab, medieval or dark ages, depending on where you are, type of stone buildings or wooden buildings, whereas the buildings here, light stone, and there's plants everywhere. It seems to, you can't keep them down, so there's creepers going up buildings, vines growing down them from balconies, and there's shades on all. There's flat rooftops, but there's bright shades and awnings and sheets strung up, blue, green, orange, salmon pink, and they seem to shade the people from the hot sun above. And there's also murals painted, portraying reptiles and some sort of mythical heroes in ancient armour, or ancient from your perspective. It might be modern here. Every building's got baskets, clayful urns of colourful flowers, draped in leaf-ring flowering vines. And just beyond, if you look around the corner from where your ship is, if you look on this handout, you can hear minstrels in bright clothing, with feathers in their hair, shells and shells in their hair, performing on street corners. Pennants in the sun, fluttering atop the city walls, and there's crowds of children running around as well, in sort of feathered hats or straw hats. They're squealing at delight as street performers perform. But another odd thing, the first thing you see amongst this crowd is, instead of the normal mules or draft horses, there's these enormous reptiles, easily as big as a cow. Some a little bigger and some a little smaller. And they've generally got smooth skin rather than the sort of dragons or crocodiles that you've seen, almost bird-like. And they're either being ridden or, in the most part, being used to pull wagons or as pack animals. And even there's some youths sort of with pets, like half lizard, half bird creatures that they sort of either chase around or carry on their shoulders. The whole city is bustling and alive with sweat, laughing, swearing and singing in equal combination. And you've just disembarked. Silvara, I think her name is, Shadow Sword, the captain, is already quite busy dealing with the dockmaster and harbouring fees and so on. You guys have had free journey just because you've been helping out on the ship as you've been coming. And the first mate is dealing with merchants for storage for some sort of goods. I guess they've managed to store some things to bring down here. Merchants would normally bring northern things south, sell them at a profit, and then maybe take Cholton things north. Of course, the mercenaries took up most of the space, so it's more smaller, precious cargo rather than big stuff. And you guys have just come down the gangplank. What do you want to do?
What was his name? Shell will just stand on the gangplank and scan the people who are milling around. He'll stand there quite silently, almost as if he's trying to remember something.
Okay.
Sharpie will walk straight between his legs and down the gangplank and start having a look around.
Okay. And what about you, Ash?
I will join Sharpie, take in this place in wonder, since everything here seems so far removed from her rather cloistered and sheltered life and her brief, several-month journey up north.
Okay.
And this is a huge change of pace.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Ash and Sharpie, some kids run up to you, and they seem to be talking to you in this sort of clicking sing-song language, and then they, on seeing your quizzical look, they change to a sort of heavily accented common, and that they're asking for alms or donations.
Sharpie gives them a few coppers each.
Okay. They seem satisfied with that, and
I
they.
will.
Yeah, Ash.
Oh no, well, if they seem satisfied with that, that's fine.
Yep. Okay. Okay. You make your way down the gangplank, and you can see amongst all this swirl of activity, Jacques is negotiating with his mercenary captains and his sergeants, because all the crew are looking to be paid. They generally get paid at the end of the month or at the end of a journey, and they want their pay now so they can go and spend it in the city.
Yeah, I gave it all to Lucius. Ask him for the payment.
Okay, all right. So he'll arrange that. I think you might have crossed off only half of your pay for that first month, so that second half is going to need to come now if it hasn't already.
Oh, you meant the other half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Half now, half later.
Yeah,
That was the
sure.
sort of thing. They are twiddling their thumbs, but they've, been here. So
Okay. I'll cross off the other half now.
okay. The little
Let me
drawer.
just look. I forgot how much it was, but I'll check it out.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. No worries. Some people come up to you. There's looks like there's a lot of adventurers on the docks, and they're generally arranging getting stuff unloaded, and bearers are coming in and trying to get pay to carry their stuff to wherever it is that they're wanting to stay. You see a few that look like veterans, and they've been around a bit, and they're probably dressed in well-worn tropical hot weather gear. Others look like they've got pith helmets on, and they've got a lot of money and not much brains, and they're off on safari.
Oh boy. Shore leave and whatnot.
And there's
I do hope they all come back.
yeah, there's multiple groups, and it looks like the travel is generally one directional. There's not like equal numbers getting on ships.
Well, do we have to rumor monger out here, or is there some, perhaps there is some academy or place of learning here? Perhaps you could find that, Sharpie.
I'll have an ask around.
Okay, what are you asking for, Sharpie?
And yeah. So Sharpie will cast comprehend languages so he can speak the local tongue.
Okay.
And yeah, he's just going to go around looking for places of learning, universities, libraries.
Okay, you somebody looks like they're sort of giving some advice and direction to other groups and or some other adventuring looking types, and he sort of catches your eye and comes over. Why do you come to Nyanzaru?
Heard about your magnificent libraries and sages.
Okay, this accent's not going to stand up for very long, but I'll keep to see how I go.
I think that's your best accent so far.
Oh man, I love it.
Yeah, man, keep it going, man.
It's great. Lean into it, dude.
It's
awesome.
Where are we?
I'm going to be talking like a robot for the majority of this, so it'd be great if someone else can pull something.
Okay.
I'm talking like a halfling. Works good.
So Sharpie, what was it you were asking him?
I said, come seeking your great libraries and sages.
This great treasures and knowledge can be gleaned from here, but so much in the jungle. In the city you wish, there is a merchant prince. And he explains to you the deal about the princes. And the city is ruled by merchant princes, and each prince has jurisdiction over a particular type of produce. Let me just check. He's going to give you a... So I'll paraphrase at some point. Yeah, so... Ekeni Yafa deals in weapons, shields, traveling gear. What was it you said, little man?
Sharpie ignores the little man crack. It says libraries, sages, knowledge.
Ah, you want Wakanga Otamu? Magic and law he deals. He says, for 5 gold I take you.
We'll think about it. We'll look around the city for a bit first.
Okay. He says, no problem, no problem. I take you now, you give me 3. $3 gold. Great magic.
Sharpie just turns away and doesn't
Okay, all
see the
right.
conversation.
All right, well, he follows you a bit. But he's more like just just being persistent. He's not getting aggressive or anything.
Yep, Sharpie is cool with that, but he is done talking.
And I guess the rest of the party follow Sharpie along?
Yes.
Yeah, before I leave, I'll just tell Lucius to, you know what to do here. Find more recruitments for us.
Okay.
Michelle will be standing there for like a good 10 minutes before his eyes flash, and he says almost to himself, I have no memory of this place. And just sets out into the town. He'll see the group. He'll probably see, how do you pronounce her name again?
Ash.
Achilles?
Ash.
Ash, sorry. He'll probably see Ash. He can't see Sharpie because he's too small, but he'll see Ash and he'll probably approach them.
Walk in that direction.
Probably stick close. Have you seen the message I sent to you, Anthony?
Let me in Discord, was it?
About the language?
Let's have a look.
Because I haven't actually written it down, but seeing as he's from Cholt, I'm wondering whether he would actually remember Cholton or not.
That's perfectly fine. If you've got a language and you haven't picked it yet, this is where you're from, so this is where you were constructed.
Okay, so he would know. Yeah, he would know Choltish.
Yep.
Or Cholton, I should say.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, he'll approach them and just say like, this place seems different.
How long ago did you say you left Cholt?
He'll stand there looking at her for about 5 to 10 seconds, and then say, I was taken 3 years ago.
Huh. Alright, so it's not some terrible amnesia or thing with that sun monk, by the sound of it. But do you know of any temples around here? What's the religion of Cholt?
I'll roll a history. See if that comes through. Ooh, I got a 16. What do I remember of the temples around here? Winter.
Let's have a look. There's shrines. The main god of Cholt, if you like, is Ubtao. And that would be, everyone would know in Cholt of who Ubtao is the great god, creator of all things. And there's, other than that, it's predominantly shrines to northern gods from across the continent for their own specific domains. So there might be a shrine or places of reflection for different gods, particularly the sailing ones. people also tend to venerate spirits. So like animal spirits for their different the different behaviours that they personify.
Okay.
But Ubtao
Well,
is like the All Father.
Oh, well, Selune guards
Just
the
in case we
stars.
split up, Sharpie will telepathically link.
Okay.
Oh, very nice. I do actually know one person in this city, only tangentially through my contact with the Harpers. They're an organization of good folk who try to protect the innocent as best they can. I actually had a few contacts of theirs up north, Sharpie. I don't know if you realized, but I was told of a merchant prince who deals in law and magic down here. Let me just find his name. Wakanga
Yeah, I
Otamu.
noticed. Same name.
Ah,
Lead
You mean
them
the guy
to
that guy just told us about?
I put that into the chat. The name that Sharpie was just suggested if you're after libraries and law.
Wakanga Otamu.
Mm.
does that name ring a bell, Cheryl?
Does it ring a bell? Can I roll history?
Yes.
I'm going to be doing this a lot. I got an 11. That's
Okay.
average.
Yeah, so you recognise the name, but that's about it. Nothing about the person.
Yeah, I'll just say the name. I remember the name. The purpose. I do not remember.
Okay.
I will. How many animals? What kind of animals are around us? Well, I'm seeing like a lot of dinosaurs and creatures in the picture you sent us.
Yes.
Are there many dinosaurs and stuff around?
Not real. There's a couple. There's more right near the ports because they're used to like as pack animals. But every now
Are they used as like beasts of burden?
Yeah.
Okay. Shell will approach one of these animals
Okay.
and he'll reach out and touch it, and he's going to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And once the spell's been cast, he kind of just reaches out with his palm and just gently places it against the animal's neck, and his eyes glow briefly for a moment.
What do you
like
think
kind of
you're
flicker,
doing there,
as if
my
he's
friend?
downloading.
Don't touch my beast.
I apologise. He says to the other guy. I'm assuming the guy's speaking to him in Cholton.
Yeah, he is, but he's heavily
So
accented.
he'll
He says
respond.
Get your hand off him.
He'll respond in perfect Cholton. I apologise, my friend. I do not wish to hurt your animal. I just wish to speak to it.
This is
And
my animal.
he'll speak to the animal.
Okay. He's a Cholton Ridgeback.
Do you know? Do you know where Wakanga Otamu is?
Wakango Tamu's down in the Merchant Princes Guild. Area 4, up the hill.
Oh wow.
And he sort of gestures up there.
Thank you. He'll turn around and relay that information back to the group.
Okay.
What do the animals say to me?
He says, do you park your car on the grass? That's all I say. I don't know one sentence. Let's see. Right, so I'm just going to give a bit of a summary. So for you, Shell, you've got a bit of a lay of the land and come to it with a bit of experience of knowing this area. So you can sort of, at least to regions within the port city. Can you see, if you scroll, you can see the area on the map. Let's have a look.
Yeah. The way I'm going to play it is Shell kind of knows where he's going, but he's kind of like the country boy that only goes into town when he has to get supplies, so he doesn't know 100% where he's going all the time.
Yep.
Like, if you ask him where he has to go, he, like, if we're going to go see Watanga Otamu, he's going to go down the main street, take a left, down an alleyway, get stuck at the end of the alleyway, sit there and, like, think about it for 10 seconds,
Yes.
then turn around and go another way. And, eventually we get there.
Okay. So this northern section of the city, like I might, maybe if I draw it freehand, let's have a look. Okay, so right out to the north of the city, beyond the walls, is Old City. And obviously it's the part before the port, and there's some very old ziggurats. It's the poorest part. You're outside the walls. They get undead and undead sort of getting up to the walls and mucking around inside that. And you can hear some sort of cheering and stuff from that direction too. Sounds like there's some sort of games or Colosseum or something. You can even hear it from where you are. You can see it's only a few blocks. It's not like a city. It's a town. So that's that first area. I'm just going to change colour. 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Yeah, so this area here, let's see. This area to the north of the city, but walled, is the merchants' guild. Where you are?
Right. So we docked in the northern docks?
Yes. This next, I'll do it in a duller colour. I'm messing this up here. Let's see. I'll do a yellow. This sort of area.
Okay.
Is the harbour ward. And so within that there's warehouses, the fort, a lighthouse, harbour master, docks, and a large statue of at the centre of the harbour of a Cholton king in full regalia, leopard skin, headdress of feathers and all that sort of stuff. And lastly, there's the market ward. And I'll just change colour for that just to give you there. Is this southern area. So that's where a lot of the trade happens and a lot of the just more day-to-day buying if you want to go and get stuff. Now I think someone was asking about or did a check about what religion they remember. And of course there's
I believe that was Ash.
Ash, yeah. So Ubtao is the great god of Chult. But you'd need to do an investigation or ask around or something to ask, rather than what you've done so far is just sort of rack your brain, your memory. That might give you a bit of a... So that's sort of a bit of a summary information of splitting up this town to give you some sort of direction. And what I'll do is I've got a token for the party, so I'll grab it. Hey ya. And you can see it on screen here.
Where are we? Ah, there we are.
Shift ping will draw your attention to it. Yeah, that's it. And so, Ash, the large building directly in front of you where the docks are is a temple. It's a boxy stone temple looming behind the docks. looks like there's people and artisans of some sort coming and going from it. And there's this immense water fountain jetting continuously, creating amazing shapes.
It looks quite amazed, and we'll go in for a first look.
Okay, you can tell that it's not arcane. All these jets of water spurting in patterns of coloured, multicoloured sort of jets of water is mechanical. It's done with nozzles and valves on cams and seems to be driven entirely by water pressure, maybe from the tide or the swell of the ocean.
Is it devoted to any particular sea god? Or is it just like
no? You would recognise that it's dedicated to Gond. Who's a god of sort of artifice.
Maybe this is I sort of like say to the group, maybe this is connected to that island full of inventors and airships that we pass by. Perhaps science and technology are held in more regard down south.
Well, it doesn't look like it anywhere but this temple.
Maybe they have a shrine to Selune or the panda. She'll pop in excitedly to have a look.
Okay, you can go in and check out the temple, and you're permitted to go into the main worship area. And there's pews and things, and on the wall above the altar, there's a few acolytes in prayer, but it looks like the inside of a watch. There's many cogs on the side of the wall, all spinning like a little dance across the wall, all at different speeds, but in unison.
Well, Archmage, what do you make of this?
Sharpie looks around for a second, then wanders back outside and watches people.
Yep.
Yeah. Ash is very interested in everything to do with the gods, so she's curious if this is this could be the innovation gods sort of area, or perhaps this is just the nature of worship throughout the country. Maybe technology is held in high regard over here. So she will go deeper into the temple.
Okay.
Keeping an eye out.
All right, so you're
Sharpie will stay outside.
You're permitted to go into the main worship area, and one of the acolytes comes up to you and says, "Welcome to the Temple of Gond. What brings you, Selune?" I think they recognise your holy symbol.
She gives a shallow bow and goes, "It's lovely to meet you. We are here on a divine mission, as point of fact. We are hoping to find the merchant prince. Wakame, was it?
I'm just checking chat. Wakanga Otamu.
Wakanga Otamu.
Can you roll a persuasion?
Oh boy. Okay. Oh, natural 20.
Oh, really?
Nice.
My
yes, they just have a -1, but it's a nat.
Okay, so 19, but it's a natural 20. Okay. He says, for a fellow goodly priest such as yourself, you'll be fleeced if you let the street urchins lead you anywhere. and he sort of beckons for someone else to come over, and he says, "Here, escort this fine lady to the house, the mansion of Wakanga."
Many thanks, and Salune's blessings upon you.
Okay. All right. He says, "And blessings upon you." So head back out. This person gestures and leads you on. Now let's have a look. Okay, so I'm just going to lead you around a little bit here. So you go through some gates, past the main docks. I think this area here is probably where your ship ends up, where the harbour master where the ship first docked was in the wrong place, and so I think that's where the captain was having quite a bit of trouble organising wharves and place for produce and so on. And you come through here, under this massive bridge that joins two large hills. And as you get closer and closer to this north part of the city, you can hear some cheering and roaring from the north. And eventually you come up into a sort of
What's happening?
up a few terraces. And your guide gestures to this very large building to the north of you and says, "This is Golden Throne. It's and it looks like a palace. And there's 8 Cholton warriors, looking like gladiators. You know, they're wearing sort of light armour, but bizarre, elaborate weapons. But your guide then gestures to a villa to the south of here and says, "This is the villa of Wakanga."
Alright, I guess we should head in. You have to knock first.
Yeah, palace or the villa?
The villa.
Okay. I'm just jumping back then. I'll grab your tokens. You'll see the map change in a sec. Okay. So you can see you're on the grounds. There's a path going up to double doors and some steps. What did you say, Jacques? Are you knocking on the doors?
I can't see anything.
Oh, can't you?
Yeah, it's a black screen.
Let me try again.
Yep, that's a black screen if I ever saw one.
Down here?
Yeah, it's still black.
Okay. Just check my dynamic lighting. That's very strange.
Mm.
Oh, I know what it is. How's it looking now?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Right at the bottom, bottom left.
Yep, I can see it.
That's better.
I pasted your tokens into a different layer.
Yeah.
Knock on the door.
Yeah. Yep, knock on the door.
Okay, the door opens.
Greetings.
And two
Is
guys.
this where we can find Wakanga or Kami?
This is the house of Watanga. Why do you come?
We would like to request an audience.
Who are you to request audience with the great Watanga?
I am Jacus and this is my party and we have something important to discuss.
They talk to one another briefly, or just look at it, cast a look to each other. Can you roll a persuasion? The other one that hasn't been. The other one that hasn't been speaking says, "What is the nature of your request? Watanga does not meet anyone off the street."
Ash, what is the nature again of our...
Ash, you see Jacos looking over his shoulder at you.
I am back.
Why are we here, Ash?
Jacos is looking over his shoulder as they say, "What?"
Well, I asked. Well, one of my Harper collective, my group told me about this Merchant Prince, and apparently Sharpie's heard of him too. Apparently he's the one to talk to if you want knowledge or magical items and such in this city.
They look at each other again. And
You were the one who said we should go look for him.
And they say, "You wait here," and they close the door. And about 10 minutes come past. Eventually they open again. And they usher you in.
Ah, that was very civilized. Thank you.
One of them stays at the entrance. There's a pool of water in a large room that you enter. Indoor plants. It's a lot cooler in here. Very high ceilings. There's couches and lights. And there's a large archway with pillars leading through to an area where there are cushions and a large rug.
Lead the way. I stay to the gladiator.
It's a beautiful home.
you can see where this warrior goes. He goes over to the archway and says, rest here and I will get Ratanga and tell him of your approach. And he goes, crossing between accents. And he gestures in at this room where you can go. Over here where Jacuz is.
Yeah, okay.
Sharpie.
Shell will walk over to the water feature in the centre of the room.
Yep.
Does it look like fresh water?
Yeah, it smells like it. Yep.
Yep. He'll place his hand inside it and just kind of hold it there.
Yeah, roots. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so eventually this character comes out. I think we don't. A richly dressed Cholton comes into the room. A couple of other guards come with him, and it doesn't look like they're on high alert or anything, but they're just sort of stationed nearby.
Might you be Merchant Prince Otabu?
Yes. I'm just showing you the handout. It's just loading.
It's reading material.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see this guy come in. And he gestures, come, sit, sit. And he taps you on the shoulder, Shell, as he comes past.
Does he do anything to me, or does he just tap me on the shoulder?
Just tap you on the shoulder.
Okay. Shell will pull his hand out of the water and kind of shake the excess off, and then join the rest of the group.
Okay. There's 4 cushions in the room, and he gestures to the 4 cushions. It means you roll quite spread out, but and he takes a seat as well, sitting on the ground. Sharpie, are you going to one as well?
It is a great honor to meet you, sir.
He says, I hear you play the harp, or one of you, and he looks around.
Ash will chuckle and give the coded reply.
Okay. He says, so what brings you... He doesn't have a thick Cholton accent. Looks like he maybe have spent time in the north. What brings you this far south, and how may I help the cause?
Well, I think introductions are in order. She looks to Jacuz and go, would you care to, or shall I? You are the one of the ship who brought us here.
Alright, so I am Jacuz, and with me are my group, Ash. We have Ash, Sharpie, and our guide, Shell. We have other companions, but they're not currently with us right now.
He says, well, welcome to my humble
You're
house.
being very modest. Thank you.
And have you travelled far?
We've come all
Well,
the way
we've
from the north.
Yes, we've come from the frozen roof of the world, or as close as the civilized world gets to it.
Ah, I see. Then you will need to know much to survive in this land. I see you're all wearing very heavy armour. More gesturing towards you, Jackus and Ash. Many forsake such
Yes,
things.
will that be a problem?
Many forsake it. The flaming fists that are in the city and beyond tend to persevere as best they can, but exhaustion is inevitable at some point if you press on in such heavy armour.
This makes sense. Well, Jacuz, we may need to be fitted for leathers, I think.
There's no way you can take this off me.
I'll see how you go. You look healthy, he says.
I'll manage.
And what is it that you seek? He pointedly looks at you, Ash Louise.
I look at Sharpie to see if he wishes to speak up and share, or if they're...
Ash, this was your suggestion. I really hope you had some reason for coming here.
Well, alright. Ash will straighten her spine and just, drape one leg over the other and go, my friend Jacuz was being very modest. He is something of an aspiring warlord, I am given to understand, with a small private army. Our friend Sharpie is a powerful archmage. Shell is a capable guide, local to Chult, and I have the ear of two gods. We are here on a mission to deal with a dark cult. We have previously dealt with the cultists of the goddess Oriel up in the north, and indeed we have frustrated her designs. And we have been told by Selune herself to come south and deal with an enemy called Shavolak. Some sort of demonic entity.
He sort of thinks, and I says, it's not a name that he has heard. It does sound Cholton. Sounds like a Cholton name.
Would you know anything about? We've encountered a lot of zombies on our way here. People who've turned.
Yes.
From
The
other
Stampede. It seems to be a festive season for heroic adventurers coming south. There was a great death curse, and it was defeated most recently. And a death curse. The great city, hidden city of Omu has finally been discovered, and now there is a gold rush, a treasure rush of adventurers swarming over it. It is far to the south of here, deep in the jungle. But now that the ruler...
In your knowledge...
Now that the...
sorry, go ahead.
Now that the death curse has been stopped, and its vile necromancer of Omu designs thwarted, that has opened up the way to loot.
Well, have you heard of something called the Ring of Winter, by any chance? And what was this death curse about?
Well,
we've been up north for 6 months or so.
Lesser undead have been rife in Chult for a long time. The land seems tainted. It's blighted in some way. But even worse, and there's always been undead coming out of the jungles and being encountered for any who'd venture too deep. So much so that it was almost certainly fatal to go deep into the jungle. There are guides, and adventurers do come and hire guides, and there is another merchant prince in the city who arranges for guides. That's not my domain, but the more recently, like in the last maybe 6 months or so, that curse had been amplified somehow, or maybe probably more of a plague, where the undead, if they kill someone, that person rises as the same type of undead as them. And as you can imagine, that's got the potential to spread very quickly. But this is no more. The death curse is gone, and we can relax and rejoice.
Are you sure it's gone? Because from our travels, it doesn't seem like it.
Exactly how long ago did it go?
Only a matter of weeks, maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. It's difficult for when the news travels quite slowly through the jungle. There's a very large...
Well, that seems to add up.
Yeah, there's a very large force here from the north, mercenary group, and they're claiming part of the jungle and selling rights to collect relics from the jungle. In return, in return, I guess they provide a safe home base for adventurers, but it's at a very high percentage of the loot that they bring in. You may run afoul of them if you cross into their territory without being deputised. And you would deputised by permitted to adventure and loot through the territory they claim. You recognise the mercenary group as the Flaming Fist, which is the standing army of Baldur's Gate. They don't have a reputation for, evil, but they are definitely mercenary.
Oh, well. We have some gold on us. Perhaps we can purchase legitimate means of passage.
But this ring of winter you mentioned, I would need to... I have heard of the ring of winter. It's quite famous. But as far as any clues to its whereabouts, I wouldn't know. I would need to consult the library, and Ash Louise, you would be welcome to have access to my library.
I appreciate that very much. Yes, the goddess Oral should not trouble us for our lifetimes, but this ring is a loose end, and this demonic entity absolutely must be dealt with, whether or not it's some holdover of this death curse. Rest assured, I will do my best.
Yeah, the plans of Oral has to be stopped, and her followers as well.
Well, he says, this is, I think it's time for us to, food, if you must be hungry. And he gestures, and some food is brought in. Platters, and Wakanga gestures at the platters in front of you and starts to eat with his hands.
I will gratefully sample his fare, since she's used to, simple temple food and then northern rations, or then conjured bland food. So this is the spiciest, most delicious stuff she's probably ever tasted.
He starts.
Are we still talking about the normal stuff?
Yeah, any conversation?
Yeah, jump in.
Shell will look over to Wakanga and in Cholton say, Great Otamu, do you know anything about the Abayomi tribe?
He says, not come to mind. Whereabouts in Cholt are they from?
They are from the south. It has been a long time since I've been here, so it's been a while. They were quite removed from the rest of the civilization here. They did not go to town often.
Okay. He says, show me your map. And I'm just going to switch to our map.
Shell will look over to the rest of the group and say, Associates, I require the map.
I don't think I have the map.
Who has the map? I don't think I would have the map.
Sharpie will pull that out of his bag.
Yeah, Sharpie's always prepared.
Yeah, he'll take the map off Sharpie and lay it out for Otamu to take a look at.
Okay. All right, so you can see the map resolve in front of you, the screen that we're on. He says, "Oh, this is old. This is more than 100 years old. Thindol exists on this map." And he gestures to a sandy point at the far southeast. And he says, Cholt is now an island. It is no longer a peninsula. The spell plague saw to that. He says there's not many places marked on it. Points out a few. Ah, yes, Port Nyanzaru. That was here at this time. It's here. Fort Balurian. That's only been a few years. Even less. He says to you, Fort Balurian is the fort that's been built by the Flaming Fist as they come. And he looks closely at it and says, this has been done on the map since this map was written. It's been added in, just well written to have the same sort of script.
It's kind of like added in fake.
Yeah.
A fake.
Kind
of doctored it.
Port Castigliar as well is looking like a central place. He says, no, that is a ruin. Mezro, that's the capital of Cholt. Again, it's a complete ruin. You can see that on your map. Here at the port of at the entrance of another river that comes out. And Ishar.
So Port
Castigliar is abandoned. Mezro is destroyed and ruined. He says he believes the Flaming Fist are there as well, but it's just a ruin. And Ishar is shown as a village here too, or a town. That's no more as well. So while this is an accurate map, it's old.
Do you have one that is more accurate?
He calls. And I'll bring you to a new map. And gets out one of his own.
Can we borrow this map, or do you have extra copies we can have?
He says the map that you've got, I think you can take annotations and mark it up. It's the map that he's showing you is an explorer's map, so it's more been done as explorers have been charting it. So there's some areas that are shown on there and some areas that are just blank. So it just shows that, and we can use this one ongoing as you go different places. and effectively you guys can fill it in. Is this showing on screen for you?
There we go. It just came clear.
Take a while to load.
Yeah,
it's a big one.
Pretty busy looking map. So, Port Castigliar. So we can write on this?
Yeah.
Okay. I will update.
It's still not quite resolved for me either.
You put a
Oh, there we go.
text box.
Yeah, that's me. I'm trying to make it so we don't have to wonder which ones are ruined or which ones aren't later on.
So you can tell the
very
ruins
nice.
they're showing as black squares. So Port Castigliar on this map, and Mezro and Ishal were all black squares, whereas Port Nyanzaru still got the whites, the circle. Fort Balurian and Camp Vengeance, which is shown on here. You've also shown the areas that are more immediately close to Nyanzaru is the density of undead. So just like you get the weather patterns and barometric pressure. So where whoever made this map has encountered undead, they've put the skull and crossbones in.
Right.
And you can see the light green and the dark green is about predominance of undead.
Okay.
And he gestures and say, "This is Northern Chult, or the Central Chult." I'll get rid of it afterwards, but you know, that's this sort of region. This area here is called between the Sky Lizard Mountain, the Sandrak Mountains, and the Peaks of Flame, is called the Choltangar. And you can see there's pretty much no places marked in it. No towns, no cities, not even ruins. Where Chult has been wild, and it's been wild and unmapped and overrun by undead for many years, even since the Spell Plague, it's still relatively well known compared to the Choltangar.
Okay. Get the feeling that's where Shell's pride will be.
I think no man's land.
And
Basically,
when he says Choltangar, while you hadn't remembered, recollection is much harder than recognition. You recognise the Choltangar as being an area where you are from.
Okay. Yep. Makes sense. Shell will run his finger over that empty place, the empty area. Actually, you know what? He probably never seen that on a map. So no, he wouldn't. He'd know the name of it, but he wouldn't know what it looked like on a map. So he just recognizes the name.
Can you roll a history check for me on seeing this?
Shell?
Shell, yeah.
Sure. Come on, baby, roll high. Oh, that was almost a crit. 8.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Nothing comes to mind from seeing this.
Done. This facsimile does not help.
So,
Choltangar.
I'm going to sort of fast track a little bit here. He offers for you, Ash, to come in and help him research in the library. And if any of you are fluent in, able to read the languages of the titles and things you're looking for, then you're welcome to join him. Otherwise,
Sharpie will come.
Okay, so Sharpie and Ash and Shell, if you're fluent in Cholton, do you want to?
I mean, I can, I guess.
Or you and Jacques
what's
hang
his
out?
intelligence? intelligence is 10. He could read.
Yep.
Although it doesn't really. This isn't really the reason why he's here, so he wouldn't be interested.
No. Okay.
So yeah, I'll probably, if Jakku isn't going to help with the research, I'll probably just follow Jakku, seeing as the rest are together and then safe together.
Okay. All right. So the two of you hang out and have a pretty good, relaxing time. This has been the most comfortable you've been in the last, God knows, month, maybe 2 months.
Shell will turn to Jakku and say, Associate Jakku, would you like to follow me to the smithing center?
Yeah, sure.
I
It's about time I had my weapons and armor maintained properly.
I require some subtle upgrades to my chest plate.
All right.
And yeah, I'll lead him to the, I suppose, the nearest blacksmithy.
Okay. You can go down to the market ward, and there's plenty of places where you can hear hammering and banging and follow the signs.
And as we're walking, Shell will look at all the creatures and stuff around us.
Yep.
He'll speak to some of the animals. He'll ask questions about like the jungles on the outskirts of the city, and he'll ask about the Abayomi tribe if any of the animals have heard of the Abayomi tribe. I don't think he'll have much luck, but he'll ask anyway.
Okay.
And when he reaches the blacksmith, he'll approach the blacksmith and speak to him in Cholton. Hey, you, blacksmith, I require your tools.
You require my tools? What is this? A library?
I just need to borrow them for an hour.
Borrow my tools for now. Can you roll persuasion?
I got some stuff I need to fix.
You can
God,
see.
this is gonna go bad.
You can see that on the handout that I'm displaying. You can see a blacksmith, and there's a sort of a shell standing over a.
Oh wow. That's less than a 1. That's a 0.
He says.
Oh no.
No one touches my tools. Touch your own tool.
Not even for a gold. Not even for a gold coin. And I'll reach into a small pouch on my belt and procure a gold coin. I'd like to roll again.
For 10 gold coins, you can touch my tool. All right.
10 gold coins. Has he even got 10 gold coins?
What kind of tool are we talking about?
Yeah, we're speaking in Cholton. Jakku probably has no idea what we're talking about. Okay, I'm new to D&D Beyond. Where can I see my money? Where am I? Oh, there it is, currency, 160. All right, 10 gold. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
So I'll fish out 10 gold and I'll give it to him.
All right. He stands and watches over you carefully, making sure you're not going to pocket his tools.
So Shell will walk into the smithy and sit down, and he'll reach out. He'll grab some of the tools, and he'll basically start unbolting the metal breastplate that's been affixed to his chest. And after a lot of like grunting well, not grunting, but like the metal screeching and groaning out of the wood, he'll pop it off, and underneath you'll see like all this kind of like runic symbols which have been scratched into his wooden skin.
Okay.
And he'll his left hand, he'll lift up his left hand, and the tips of his fingers will kind of like split open, and roots will pop out, and he'll start like adjusting the runic symbols on his chest.
Okay, you're like a wooden Darth Vader.
Kind of, yeah. And he's just like, he's messing with something. It's hard to tell what it is unless you are good with Arcana.
Okay. All right. So you give yourself a bit of a tune.
And he'll look up to Jakku. Yeah, he'll look up to Jakku and say, Associate Jakku, this will take about an hour.
Okay.
I'll just to the blacksmith and just ask him to do just maintain my armor and my weapons.
Okay, you notice that there's no heavy armour in the shop. But they definitely are a blacksmith and deal with weapons and things like that. Jacques, you do smell some
maybe
some yummy
blind
food.
them
There's a
for,
street vendor
maybe
nearby.
you can blind them for- Sorry?
I'm just saying that you can smell some yummy food, though. You can see while you're waiting that there's a street vendor in the middle of the street.
Oh, okay. I'll also ask the blacksmith maybe they can line the armor with something for the jungle travel, like anti-mosquito repellents or something.
You do get a pointer to a mosquito repellent is a good idea. Insect repellent is a good idea. You can get the salves and they indicate some shops where you can buy that.
All right, I'll head over to the shops while I leave the armor and just
Okay.
get some.
All right. You leave Shell there doing his business. Jacques, you're sort of walking down the street towards where these travelling goods, the Raise Outdoors stuff, and you hear these horns sounding, and there's little kids on the street with their little dinosaur sort of chasing it around, and this mum comes out and grabs the kids and ushers them off, and you can see even the street vendor picks up his wagon and wheels it off the side of the road, and looks like everyone is clearing the street. You're
Can
sort of
I
standing
do a
there.
perception check?
One guy calls out to you
Do I
in a series of clicks and sing-song things and gesturing at you to get off the street.
I'll take a look first. Why I need to get off before I.
All right, you're
Yes,
standing there sort of looking up and
what to
down, and
do.
everyone seems to be looking in the same direction, north, up the street. And you hear this, and then you can hear this thunder.
What do I? Is it something I see or I don't move for now?
Yeah, okay, so belting around the corner, this enormous dinosaur, and it's got someone on it, and he's belting it with a whip on the backside, and it is running at full speed down the road. It's got some colourful silks over it, and the guy on the top has got some sort of goggles and a headdress on with colourful feathers. And it sort of, as it spins around the corner, it slams into a shop, and you can see, some stone cracks appear in the shop, and some pot plants all go flying. And as it comes past, everyone lining the streets and on the sort of second and third floor balconies is a cheer rises, and it looks like they're urging the dinosaur to go on. And an instant later, two other large dinosaurs walking on two legs, also very fast, but they can't seem to get past this Triceratops. And it's also got riders, and they've got different colours on. There's an orange, a blue, and a green.
Oh, good.
All of them are sprinting
I'll
now
walk
straight
over-
towards you down the street.
I'll move over. I'll try to find a local and ask, where can I get myself one of those?
Okay. You can you roll initiative?
Initiative. Oh shit. Okay.
Or do I need to put your token on the map?
Yes, yeah.
I'll move us to the launch page, just off to the launch page, because it's got everyone on there. Otherwise, you won't be able to select your icon.
I didn't notice my icon was on the top left. Where's my token here? On the right.
Okay, and there's another
There we go.
handout for everyone.
Yes,
Ooh.
I remember this. This is the best.
I can't seem to click on my. Oh, there we go. Sorry.
Or just roll it. Yeah, okay, Jackus. Oh,
I keep the first one, right?
first one, yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, this Triceratops comes blasting past you. Before you get a chance to react. And it sort of hip and shoulders you as it goes past. There's heaps of cheers. It bang knocks into you. Let's have a look. Yep, but you definitely dodge to the side. The next creature also beats you to the thing, and you get slammed by it as well, or attempted to. You're right in its path. Okay, and it doesn't, but then you've dodged to one side, dodged to the other, and then finally the other one just blats straight into you, knocking you prone and doing 19 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
At that point you can act. What do you want to do?
As seeing as I was hit, I'm just gonna just let out a loud roar.
Okay. You can hear more dinosaurs coming.
Just to make sure that to see if just use my conquering presence, so that I'll try to scare the dinosaurs so that they just stay off me.
Okay. So if you stand up, invoke conquering presence, and now does that continuously emanate?
No, it's a one-time thing.
Okay, so you can see there's more dinosaurs coming towards you. I'm going to wait till they're close enough to be, I think it's 30-foot range, and then pulse your conquering presence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'll hold my action then to when they come closer. And like a game of chicken, see who moves first.
Okay. All right. You catch 3 of them. What do they need to roll to be afraid of you? Wisdom saving throw.
DC Wisdom saving throw DC 15.
Okay. One of them dodges comes up to you and then puts on the brakes and hurtles around you and ends up going down a side street, causing a huge commotion. The other 2, however, that are also in that range, seem to ignore your presence. One of them misses you, but one of them also slams into you, doing 24 damage.
Oof.
Ouch.
You're basically standing in the street while a semi-truck race goes past over the top of you. But with that, 6 dinosaurs have run past you, and they're cheering. It's like a Mexican wave. You know how you hear the cheer sort of move? it moves with the dinosaurs because everyone cheers as they come into sight, and then it sort of peters down. And pretty soon after, people start exchanging money and arguing and scuffing their feet. And someone comes and holds out a hand. Maybe it's Shell, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll look up and see who it is.
Shell, is it you?
Hell no, he's like elbows deep in his own chest right now.
Okay, yeah. So someone does. So one of the street vendors. He says,
Alright, I'll
"You look
grab
like
the-
you need a rat on a stick. 2 silvers."
I'd prefer myself one of those dinosaurs.
He says, you need to go and you must see the merchant prince of dinosaurs. You can buy them.
Ooh, interesting. Can you show me where
Okay,
I can
and
find
he
them?
he indicates where in the town you can go and buy dinosaurs.
Alright, worth it.
Okay, so you know where you can buy dinosaurs. Shell, you've done your armor business, paid your 10 gold. Ash, you were looking for the Ring of
Sorry,
Winter.
I'm still gonna buy the repellents, sorry.
You can buy stuff.
What was that, Jack?
Yeah, just buy. You can buy whatever you want that's in the player's handbook, and also dinosaurs, and also insect repellent if you want that. And I can get you the prices for those, in the break.
Alright.
But there's
Thank
no
you.
heavy armor, metal armor. There's heavy armor. There's just not metal armor. Metal armor, if you want it, is 3 times whatever the player's handbook price is. It's just not to be had.
Well, I'm good with the dinosaurs.
Okay, I'm just switched back to Sharpie and Ash. You've been patiently watching this semi-trailer activity.
It's okay. Sharpie is very happy not getting run over by a dinosaur.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what are you particularly looking? Oh, Ring of Winter. Okay, the Watanga finds, and it does ring a bell. He says to you that the Ring of Winter came from the north, was blessed by Auril, given divine power. It was a powerful ring even before then. And it fell into the hands of a harper, one of us, going by the name of Artis Simba. He spent time wielding the ring. Don't know if he has it still, but he is a resident of Chult, has since moved south away from the frosty north with the ring, and all manner of creatures and factions and beings would be looking for something as powerful as the Ring of Winter. But yes, this Artis Simba character was a harper, but has since broken ties. Wasn't kicked out or banned or anything like that, but just went his own way. He's an adventurer.
Okay. Do we have a last known location? Sounds like it's been too long. Maybe he's disappeared.
Yeah, he doesn't have a residence in Port Nyanzaru, but he has been adventuring in the Cholton heartland for years, coming and going.
Well, there actually might be magics we can try. What do you think, Sharpie? We could attempt scrying or divination if we have a day to prepare, gather all the ritual implements.
Yep.
Whatnot.
Well, if we need, You have his name. That's about it.
We can attempt a scrying with her name. I mean, it won't be
Might as well
very
give it a shot.
highly unlikely, but yeah, as you say.
He would have stayed in the merchant quarter most likely, or maybe with allies in the among the princes, but not known to Watanga.
Oh, if we can find where his last residence was, if we can find like a possession of his, it could help us locate him.
Would. Might do that later. While we're here, we should probably look up books about your demonic foe or whatever this
Oh,
is.
yes, of course, that too.
Yes. Shavalak. So the research into the name, it's definitely a Cholton name, so not uncommon. But the way that it's spelt, you had these hints. Even the name, when you were far north and trying to research it, has some sort of abyssal inflection to it. Almost like you try and say Peter, but in a different accent. Then you can tell there's some sort of accent coming through, and the way that it's pronounced or the way that it's spelt is abyssal. You do also find two acquaintances of Artus. A human called Mesika. So known associates. Put that on your known associates list. Mesika, and a sort of lizard man character, but described as a saurial, who only speaks in scent and is a warrior of some sort. And if Sharpie and Ash Louise, if you can have history or insight checks, your choice.
I can do it. I'll do insight.
Inside also.
$19.
19. Okay. So the description of this saurial that talks or communicates in scent. Oh, a Sharpie 29. This rings a bell as to
Make
someone
it a 36 for fun.
This rings a bell as someone you've actually met. You met them when you were hiring on as postal workers, and you went to pick up a package from a lizard man. And he wasn't actually a lizard man. He had very smooth skin, didn't have the sharp teeth that lizard men normally have, and he communicated by scent. And he gave you a parcel to give to someone who you found eventually in the top of Kelvin's Cairn, but had died since, another adventurer. So you think by chance you've actually met Dragonbait before yourself.
Dragonbait.
That was his name. Wonder if he's still here or backed up there.
And this was a long time ago. This was before you even set off into the north, when you were going out from Luskan.
So the first one was Mesika,
Yes.
you're saying? And Mesika is not the lizard man. Dragonbait is the lizard man.
Yeah. Dragonbait is the saurial. Masika is a human warrior. They're both warriors.
Ah, okay. Okay. Do you know how we could track this person down, Sharpie?
Sauriel should be reasonably easy to find. It's probably time for just standard old street work.
Maybe we could ask the Harpers for help.
You go for it. I'll stay the hell away from them.
What have you got against the Harpers? They're the good guys.
Yeah, but unfortunately, good guys like you,
Wow.
moderately gullible and not that much use.
Wow. Okay. Ash just sighs. She goes, "It's true." All right then. Shall I stay with the Merchant Prince, and we'll see if I can contact the Harper Network or get a scry spell prepared for tomorrow. And you can.
Right, I'll go looking.
Oh, maybe take Shell and Jacuz with you. I don't know. I fear for your safety. Otherwise,
Sharpie rolls his eyes but nods.
just want to protect everybody.
Okay. So Ash, Sharpie's going to go off and do a investigation looking for these two names. Is that right?
Yep.
And are you going and contacting Jacus and Shell, or Jacus and Shell? Are you heading back to the villa once you've done your business?
Yep.
Yeah. I've been going through the marketing district buying equipment with what little cash I have left.
Okay.
And once I've done that, I probably would have picked up Jakku along the way, or we would have bumped into each other, and I guess we would have head back. Got to delete, subtract all this stuff off my gold amount now.
Okay. So,
What do you have a distance limit telepathy, Sharpie, or can we stay in touch no matter where you are?
1 mile.
Oh, and what is the radius of this city? Actually,
you
most
reach-
cities probably
you
a
probably
1 mile
reach the
radius
whole
will probably
city.
cover it.
probably reach the whole city.
Yeah. Oh, jolly good then. Let me know if you need help, though.
Will do.
Um,
And I'll telepathically talk to Shell and Jacka, saying, "We're finished up here. Where are you?"
okay, so the three of you don't miss each other, and so that you don't you actually cross paths.
You'll hear Shell reply to your telepathic call in Cholton at first. And then when you
Sharpie understands it.
Does he understand? Have you got comprehend languages up?
The psychic telepathic link basically allows Sharpie to basically understand all languages.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Well then, yeah, you'll just hear him normally then.
Okay. And so the three of you are going through town, investigating, asking for these two characters, in Sharpie's case, or purchasing stuff. Sharpie, I'll get you to roll a investigation check. If Shell or Jacus, you're wanting to help, you can roll an investigation check too.
Sure.
24.
Okay.
I got a 12.
Okay. All right. So, Sharpie, with your 24, someone says that Masika, they've heard the name of someone who's staying in a boarding house nearby, and you get directions.
Excellent. While obviously there's a lot of people around here with feathered headdresses and stuff like that,
Yep.
Sharpie is going to buy some coloured feathers and attach them to his crown.
Nice. Okay.
Just do his best to disguise it.
Yep. Just put like 1 gold is plenty for disguising your crown.
Done.
Okay, so blocks of incense for 1 silver piece will burn for 8 hours and repel normal insects in a 20-foot radius, so something that you would put in your tent. And there's this greasy salve which you can rub on yourself costs a gold, and it has 20 applications, and it protects you against normal insects for 24 hours. So it's more like something that you would put on at the start of each adventuring day.
All right.
Look to the others and say, associates, I recommend you buy plenty of that stuff. You will require it in the jungles. The insects are quite deadly.
Rations too.
This guy where you're selling it from says, more adventurers, yes, business is good. Where are you going? Do you need a rain catcher? Are you going into the jungle?
Shell will look to the salesman and speak to him in Cholton and say, yes, my friend, we will need a rain catcher.
Rain
Something
catcher.
to purify water as well.
How many rain catchers do you need? Oh, he matches your accent for accent. He says, if you're taking any Ankylosaurus, you'll need plenty of rain catchers.
We do not have any dinosaurs, but we do have at least 4 people who will need water.
You do not drink the...
Is it 1 rain catcher per person?
Yeah. Do not drink the jungle water. You'll die a death. Horrible. Horrible it is.
Have you got anything that'll purify it?
If there's anyone here from Zimbabwe listening or South Africa, I apologise.
No. We apologise completely.
Yes.
We're doing our best.
Everything I learned from Die Hard or what's it called? Blood Diamond. Raincatcher, simple contraption, 5-foot square of leather, tarp with the wooden frame. You put it out, and it'll collect water that you can then drink from during the wet. So 2 gallons per inch of rainfall, holding up to 8 gallons. So assuming that there's enough rainfall, you've got 8 gallons there, and it folds up for easy transport.
Considering it rains pretty regularly in the jungles, we should probably buy 1 for each person, right?
Yes.
Shell will recommend everybody pick up stuff like this and plenty of rations, because this is associates. This is not the Sword Coast. There are many things in these jungles that can kill you if not prepared properly.
Are you going to be hacking your way through the jungle?
You'll basically go on a buying spree and get it.
Okay. What I'll do is I can post all of this.
What was that, Sharpie?
Sharpie has plenty of money, so he's basically just going to buy requirements for the 5 people that we've got with us.
Oh yes, Ash can pay you back later. Should be on telepathy being like, oh yes, I need a lot of insect repellent and rations. I mean rations, I could summon some, but you don't want to live like that for the next 6 months.
Or 3 days, for that matter.
Wow.
Okay. He's asking where you're going to try and guide what you're going to need.
Sharpie doesn't give answers, just it's general stuff.
Okay. Well, if you need a canoe, you can
Shell
go
will
and see
point
my
out,
brother. He makes the best canoes. You travel much faster with a canoe than with a machete through the jungle.
What do the locals use the armor
Yes,
as well?
I'd imagine trying to canoe a machete down the river would be rather awkward.
Shell will look down to Sharpie and say, Associate Sharpie, he does speak the truth. There are many rivers flowing through the centres of Cholt that are more easily traversable than the thickets of the jungle.
When we know where we're going, worry about canoes.
That is a fair assessment.
unless you want to carry a canoe around for no reason for the next couple of weeks.
There will be a reason if we come across a river we cannot cross.
Do we have any magical means of transport? Do you have the fly spell?
Sharpie has an owl.
I have a
That's true, and I can fly at night, or at least dusk. What about the rest? Jacuz, do you have Shell? Do you have any means of flight if it comes to it?
no.
I suppose. I mean, I could carry Jacuz, but then that would leave Shell.
I am well accustomed to the creatures of Cholt.
Fair enough.
However, if there is anything larger than me in the jungles, I suggest we sleep in the trees.
Oh, okay. Oh, and you boys also buy a healing kit. I know that Sharpie can't carry one, but Jacuz and Shell definitely should have one just in case.
A healing kit. Healing kit. Do we need to be proficient in healing kits in order to use them?
I don't think so, no. If you have,
Alright, I'll buy one.
likewise, people can use it to stabilize you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy. Technically, you would have noticed this because we've been together for like 2 months. But Shell doesn't eat or drink. Every now and then, he just kind of puts his hand into a glass of water and just kind of soaks it up. So he doesn't like. He's got rations, like the typical rations that he got in his Explorer kit and stuff. But he'll purchase a raincatcher and stuff, kind of just because it's always good to have extras.
Yep.
Raincatcher.
So you can easily get
I'll add a healing kit as well.
up to 2 of something each.
Okay.
So if one, like there's 4 of you,
Healer's
if
kit,
one of you
I'll add
wants to
that.
buy 8 healing kits, you can, or you can buy 2 each.
Ooh, yes, buy all 8. I'll pay for it.
Okay.
Alright, Sharpie will buy them.
Alright, I'm adding 2 to my inventory.
Sharpie will add 6.
Now,
So what do we
Ash,
got? I also purchased. Oh, yep. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying.
Yes.
So while you're finishing the buying, I think it's probably good to just take a. I'm going to go and make a coffee and so on because it's a good time to do it. Should we just take a
Oh, yeah.
5 minute? Because then you can pour over whatever you want to need and work it out, cross it off, and so on.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
So I have 5.5 healing kits, but I have the healer feat, so I can actually restore hit points to people with them, which is why it's so valuable. It's like free cure wounds, basically.
Okay.
But likewise, yeah, if everyone just has at least one, at least like we can stabilize you if I'm dead, you know, like for.
Yeah. No, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I've gone through and picked up a lot of the generic adventuring gear, like a crowbar, some chalk, a sledgehammer, a hunting trap, and he's also bought smith's tools, so he doesn't have to do the whole return to a blacksmith to fix his own stuff.
Yeah, we should probably get a rope as well. I mean, how are these rivers? I know in England, you know, you have like some rivers where you have an animal inside and it actually like drags you because those are like quite narrow. But I don't know, like if that's feasible if the like we just canoe ourselves. Like, do they have collapsible canoes?
Okay, out of character. When I played this game last time I was in Cholt, we actually had a character with us who could pull. He had a boat in his pocket. So every time we came across the river, he'd just literally pull the boat out of his pocket, and we would use that. But what Shell said before was true. It is easier to travel through Cholt following the main river points, because the jungles are just so thick. Like it takes time to get through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is possible, but it's also dangerous. And I don't think Shell would be an adequate guide, depending on where we're going. We may have to hire a proper guide to get us to where we need to go.
Oh, looks like we'll have another villain. NPC friend.
Yep. Speaking of rope, I'm going to buy another rope.
Can't have too much rope.
Yeah, you always need rope in D&D. I don't need a... Is there any point in having a mess kit? Probably not. I don't need a mess kit. He doesn't eat.
What if you need to make a mess? You don't have one.
Yeah. He's a giant Groot. He always makes a mess. Also bought sacks. Now, remind me, in D&D 5e, are there more than one sack type of item? I forget. Because I just know we're going to get to this point where we go like, we need to carry this thing over here. And it's like, well, everybody pull out your bag. Nobody
No, they're just basically sacks and backpacks, I think.
Right, okay. Has anybody got a bag of holding?
Sharpie has been putting all the stuff he bought into one single pouch.
Okay. It's always good to have a bag of holding. Actually, how much does that cost?
You have to check with Anthony for magic items that they're not generally for sale.
Right. I don't really... Shell doesn't really need magic items, at least not yet. It'd be cool to get a better sword.
Ooh, we can maybe buy gems in the city as well. Because we can never get too many diamonds either. Because once you're out of a city, you know, diamonds, you just never come across them.
Oh, yes.
And we might need, you know, greater restorations down the line, even if you
Yes.
don't need treasures. Yeah.
Does anybody... So, Ash, you've got conjure food and water, right?
Yes, I could prepare it.
Okay. We should probably all have rations just in case.
For sure.
I don't know how well Ant will follow that kind of stuff, but it's always good to have it just in case.
Oh yeah, we followed it through the last campaign.
Sharpie stocked up with about 50 days, just 50 days just straight for what he's already got.
All right. If you guys need Shell to carry anything else, he's got a carrying capacity of like 270 pounds, so I can carry a lot of stuff.
Fantastic.
You'll probably be carrying a bunch of rain catchers.
Yeah, I'll happily take all the rain catchers if you want me to.
Yeah, right. If you want to write down 8 more rain catchers on your thing.
8 rain catchers.
If you can carry the canoe, you know.
Well, let's see. Is there a canoe here? I think there is actually.
Can you check under melee weapons?
Yeah, canoe. Doesn't say what it weighs. Shame.
Clearly doesn't
melee
weigh anything.
weapons. Yeah, it doesn't weigh anything. I can just put it in my pocket and walk away. Melee weapons. I mean, what kind of weapons do you want him to carry?
A canoe?
A canoe.
Oh, has someone been watching Puffin Forest, where someone used a canoe as a melee weapon? Yeah.
You can carry like up to like 170.
What was that boat that he had?
But it's how he can.
I think there is just
That's
some kind of collapsible boat item.
I remember very.
Like, two hands.
Yeah, he folded it
They-
up. He put it in his pocket.
His backpack, but then all the other stuff.
I can't remember where he got it
Let's
from
switch
though.
the camera on, the microphone on now, okay?
It was a part of his character. It was an old character that he had banging around and decided to pull him out again. So it was very handy to have.
I can imagine.
I don't need playing cards. Let's get rid of those.
Okay, back.
Oil for his lamp. Hello.
Right.
Ant.
Yes.
This canoe that this guy was talking about. We were just talking about whether we could purchase one. How heavy do you think a canoe would weigh?
I've got it in front of me. I'll just scroll up to it.
Okay.
Okay, so a canoe can be purchased for 50 gold. It holds up to 6 medium-sized creatures, so they're pretty long. I don't think it's
Yep.
going to be the weight. It's going to be more the bulk. They're the sort of thing that
Okay.
you would
Right.
strap to the side of a pack animal, or completely dismantle and strap, have in as skins and poles. But they do
Well,
go.
I was just thinking, is that something that I could break down, or Shell could break down and carry on his person until we need it?
Yeah, I guess let's say one you could, and that would be 100 gold.
Yeah,
Yeah, that means it's not a
that's gonna.
it's not a pre-built already. You need to transport it around on the back of a dinosaur, but you can get one that you can break down for 100 gold, and then carry.
Okay. Shell wouldn't be able to carry it on his person. We'd have to have a dinosaur to carry it for us.
Could we
Just-
strap it to Shell?
I'm just.
Yeah, could we strap it to Shell? He's not large, but he's quite big. He's not strong.
It's just the length of the poles, so you can carry them.
Okay.
But it'd be more like you'd be more like the bearer with I don't know, like 5 meter poles attached over your shoulder.
Yeah. Okay. Oh bugger! All right, never mind.
What you can
it
do,
wouldn't be. It wouldn't
can-
be.
you can buy a
possible.
triceratops if you want.
Yeah, how much are the dinosaurs?
Okay,
Should we go? Should we go to a dinosaur merchant and purchase a dinosaur?
You can get a. Let's see. You go there and there's a market where people are buying. Probably the most common thing is an ankylosaurus. They're fairly low, so easy to get up on. They're slow, but tough and resilient. You can get a or you can get a triceratops. So what you saw running over Jacus before, or a hadrosaurus. It's probably about the size of a mule.
Size of a mule. Okay.
Yeah, how much are they?
Hadrosaurus 100, Triceratops 500, Ankylosaurus 250.
Ooh.
Jacuz is just going to have an army with dinosaur mounts by the end of this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It is something I need to
cavalry.
ask the rest of you guys. Like, how much cash do you guys actually have?
If we're talking about anything in these kind of prices, we can pretty much afford anything we need.
Okay.
I have a little bit over 6,500 gold left.
Oh wow. It's okay. So you guys are rolling deep.
I mean, by the time you buy all these like rations and gems and spell stuff, yeah, I'd say we're good. We're not. It's not infinite.
Yeah. Yeah.
But by all means, let's buy boats and dinosaurs. That's affordable for sure.
Yeah, so I'm gonna buy one Ankylosaurus for myself.
Yes.
Sharpie makes it rain.
And then probably 2 or 3 per dinosaurs. I'll send it to the boat for Lucius to train.
Okay. So the issue with the dinosaurs, what he says when you buy them, he gives you a bit of a breakdown as to how to you need to carry food and carry water. So because if you're using it as a pack animal, then they're not just standing there grazing all day. Dinosaurs of that size, if they don't eat for 12 to 16 hours a day, then they'll slowly starve.
So we'll have to purchase feed as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a problem, so we won't spend time on it, and I can work that out even between sessions. But you know, you're not buying more than 2 of anything, so you know, we know that the party's going to be able to afford it if you want to buy more rain catchers to put out to water the animals and food for whatever many days. I want to jump back to Masika. I think was it Sharpie? You'd done some investigation and you were working out that Masika was supposed to be nearby somewhere.
Yep, we got a lead on where she should be.
Okay, so you head to that area, and when asking around for her, they'd point in, you know, over to one of the at the bar, and then there's someone sitting there, and looks like they're furiously looking over a map, poring over it.
Matches the description?
Yes. Well, as best it can, warrior woman, native of Cholt.
Sharpie will wander up and pull up a stool, basically stand on top of it,
Okay.
and say, "Hey there, we're looking for Masika."
She looks up and says,
And if somebody can remind me what the actual guy's name was, that'd be excellent.
Arta Simba.
Artist symbol. I got it, thanks.
Okay, in Discord I'm putting a image for you. And what are you saying, Sharpie? You're looking for Arta Simba?
No, well, first of all, introduce myself
Okay. She says, well met.
and ask her if she's...
I am indeed Masika. What, and she looks around and, you know, the Shell and Jackus are standing there, maybe back a little bit, but notices you and says, what,
Yep.
have you found my notice?
No, in fact, we have not. What is your notice about?
I'm looking for a group to guide me to an old companion of mine, Arta Simba.
Well, we don't know where he is,
Well, I do.
but we certainly could find. In
I
that case, we are your group. What are you offering?
Can you roll a persuasion for me?
I can roll one.
Yeah.
Roll it. Oh, that's all right. It's 14. That's okay.
Old school, I would have
Given
said
the
charisma check.
circumstances.
How likable are you, Sharpie? All right. She says.
And the answer is not.
She. Oh, you're a dapper young gent at 14 persuasion. She gets out a piece of black cloth and sort of looking around over her shoulder to make sure no one's watching. She just unfolds it halfway and lets you see this large emerald and says, "This is yours if we find my friend."
Sharpie, have a rough idea what that's worth?
Above 1,000, but it's not, tens of thousands.
Yeah, that's still...
It's the sort of thing you'd
I'll
have to
check with
take
my,
and haggle for a
fourth
gem merchant.
companion.
Yeah, sorry, what's that?
Yep. I'll just... Allow me a moment to check with my fourth companion. This is Jackus, and this is... I was about to say Groot.
Sure.
Sorry, what was
Shell.
your character's name again? Shell. And Ash Louise, you'll get a booming voice in your head. We found Masika. She's wants to hire people to take her to Arta Simba. Just out of curiosity. I assume you're okay with this?
Of course. Do I need to meet you now, or
No, we'll just continue our negotiations.
very well?
And Sharpie will look at Masika. I think we can come to a deal. When do you plan to leave, and what do you need us to have?
Well, I was planning to leave as soon as I could find someone who can come with me.
All right. How far do you intend to go?
And she looks a little bit sheepish almost at this. Let's have a look. Can you see the tavern coming up?
Yep. Yep.
Whoops, that's a bit big. So Ash, you join the group, and between the four of you, you're sort of followed by this silent monk with glowing eyes, but otherwise she unfurls a map. Let me see. We're bouncing around a little bit because I'm using maps to Is that coming up now?
Yep.
Yeah, wow.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, it's just taking a little bit of time for me. Okay, so you can see Port Nyanzaru here, she says. And the river Soshin Star and Tiriki, usually how people enter the central Chult. But Artis, my longtime companion I'm trying to find, was went into the Choltangar. And there's an area within the Choltangar, and she sort of turns over her map. Let's have a look. Whoa. She says artists spend a long time in Mezro, searching the ruins. But when we scroll in here, as you remember, the peaks of flame, the sky lizard mountains, this is the Choltangar, largely uncharted. And he was looking for a village in this area here, where I'm going. Can you see this large, almost completely encircled by mountains? It borders the Sanrak Mountains behind it, and beyond there you leave the jungle and go into Samarak, nation of illusionists. But that area there is a small area within the broader Choltangar called the Bakumora, and there's a village which. The only reason I know is there's a village in the Bakumora. It's been there forever, and he was going to that village.
In your head, does this ring any bells for you?
I'll roll history. Barely. I got an 11.
Definitely Choltengar. Not much else. So if you refer to your map that you
This,
looked at... Sorry, go.
This map is correct. That's all he'll say. The map is correct. So I'm assuming if I can draw,
On the one you
it's
got?
this place here.
Yes.
Yep.
And this is the Choltengar. Basically the area of deep jungle surrounded by mountains almost on every side. No markings of undead, but no markings of anything. So it could be just that no one's been there. She says that rumour is she's been trying to get a group to go with her, experienced veterans either of this land or a capable group. And the rumour is that no one goes in there and comes out the same. They tend to go native, go rogue. But the question is, we're here. Nyanzaru, do we go up the river? Or do we sail around and go up this river? Going by rivers, you go twice as fast. We could go up this river all the way to this lake and then go overland through the jungle into the Buckamora. Or another option would be to sail all the way around, put in at this place here, and then dash around.
Leaving the port of Nazaru will require us passing by the dragon turtle again, won't it?
Yes.
Not recommended.
We have to pay to get out too. What a jip. Well, it would be a lot faster.
There's still undead, rogue undead, all through this olive green area.
Is there any way we could follow the coast around instead of chartering a ship?
I guess we could walk the coast, but then you're walking for 8 hours. If you go on a ship, then you're sailing 24 hours a day. You'll go 3 times as fast.
That's true.
You probably spend more
Let's
on...
do the ship option. I'm not a big fan of walking.
And where would you propose? She's saying, so you agree to this journey? Will you accompany me?
Sharpie looks at the rest of it. Anyone got any objections?
Nothing better to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it. What are we getting again out of this?
An emerald.
Seems like a fair payment.
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
You get a...
Your lieutenants, Jacus, they're asking, and Lucius wants to know what the story is, and when you relay about the sailing trip, he suggests, well, what do you want to do with the crew? And he suggests, from finding out what the Flaming Fist have done, maybe bringing all of the soldiers with you, and not marching through the jungle with them all, but setting up a base camp like around here at the edge of the Choltengar.
That's a wonderful idea, Lucius. Make it happen.
Okay. So yes, sir. Okay. So there's no river journey, so you don't need to take, 50 canoes if you're going to paddle with 100 soldiers. Are you taking these dinosaurs with you in the hold of the ship?
I'm just gonna buy one for now, just one Ankylosaurus.
Okay. Yeah, so the Ankylosaurus, the main purpose of them is as a pack animal. They're not really riding mounts.
Yeah, I still have ice to ride, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, okay. So you've got something that you can pretty much load up with lots of stuff.
Yep.
Okay. And the merchant prince will ask you to dinner for that night. He's not offering to put you up or anything, so you'll need to go and purchase lodgings.
Wow.
But invites you all back to dinner for another feast before you set off. Lucius arranges.
This is Wakanga, right?
Yes.
I'll just ask him, where did you get your gladiators?
Well, there's a fighting pit, an arena, where warriors battle each other for money, or battle people who are condemned. And there's also the run.
The what?
Executioner's run. Convicted
Okay.
killers are required to run a gauntlet, basically a large channel full of quite savage beasts, and if they can do the run, the sides of this ravine is lined by people cheering and making bets on how far they'll get, or if they'll at least get to the other end. If they do get to the other end, they're freed. And some of these people get a bit addicted to it, and they end up becoming crowd favourites. Rumour is some people even purposely commit crimes so that they can be sentenced to multiple runs.
Upon hearing that, I'll just look over to Lucius. This is an additional task for you. See if we can swell up their with gladiators or those fighters from their.
All right. He says he'll look into it. He's not too sure on whether there'll be sufficient time if we're heading off. Unless you want to leave one of the lieutenants behind to investigate that, or with a couple of guards, leave a few people in the city.
Yeah, I'll leave a few with the lieutenants because
Okay.
they're gonna do investigation on.
Okay. All right. So Lucius gives them their month's pay and sets them up with their orders, trying to drum up some additional muscle. So have a pleasant dinner, pay for an overnight's lodging, and he gives you one more piece of advice, Ash Louise, and says that the Harpers are not, there are many factions, and the Choltons don't appreciate people from the north coming and telling them how they should run their lives. But everyone seems to try, and the two most powerful factions in the city, from the north at least, are the Flaming Fist and the Zentarim. So just be careful who you talk to and what you say.
Well, they both sound like bad news, so...
Okay. You have an uneventful night, trying to sleep in this sweltering city. despite rain crashing down for most of the night and half of the afternoon. You find out that it rains most days, sometimes just a heavy mist, usually a drizzle that goes for half the day. Sometimes it turns into a downpour. But with that, I'm going to switch to a map just to measure some days here. I think this is it. Yeah, here we are. So we need, whoops. You can see where you're setting off. Oh, there you are. You've even got a little token there. Okay, so day 1. Two. And you do encounter this dragon again, and it does, unless you're doing something different, it does require its tithe to exit.
How much was the tithe again?
It's 200 gold last time.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well, we had a bard. We had a bard begging for that last time.
that's right. There was a. Here we are. Let's have a look. It's in a different chapter. I'm getting there. Oh, that's painful. Does someone want to try and talk this dragon down?
Does it understand us? It does, right? It speaks
Yeah,
common.
it does. Yeah.
Dragon, so it speaks common.
Oh, who's good at charisma? Because I'm not.
Not me.
That's
Jacuz.
Nobody is good at charisma.
I'm sort of good at it, I guess.
Jacuz, be the face.
Okay. Persuasion check, Jacuz.
Persuasion check. Hold on, my character sheet crashed.
How'd you go?
Or I
No
can-
pressure.
It's
No
a
pressure.
it's
I'm counting on you.
it's a +7, so I'll just roll the dice here. +7, so 22.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Okay, you get away with putting 50 gold into the sack.
Nice. Okay. Yep, I'll pay the 50 gold.
Okay. Jump back to where we were. I think I'm still drawing. Okay, so on the third day, you round the northernmost cape. You might have seen the Fort Belluarian in the distance. One, two, three, four, five, six. By the first week, you've rounded you're heading south again.
Cool.
I'm assuming you're hugging the coast here. You are finding that it does bucket down most days, most afternoons, and you can set up your rain catchers out on the deck. The main thing is just feeding everyone water, because there's a lot of people with all the soldiers aboard. You get down to here where you're getting close to where there's undead territory, close to the edge, and there's a fairly strange sight. I'll just roll a d12. Okay, so it's around midday. Sun's very high in the sky, and you can see a ship in the distance. You're pretty much going straight towards it. It's not moving. And as you get closer, you find that it is absolutely enormous.
Does it look like it's wrecked?
No. It looks intact. You don't see any signs of damage, and it's out to sea. It's probably 500 foot offshore.
What does the ship look like again?
Sorry?
What does the ship look like again?
Just like a long galley, but it's enormous.
Is
Maybe-
it flying any colours?
Maybe 100 foot long.
It's flying no flag, no colours.
No.
Okay.
You think your eyes are playing tricks. You've seen a few of these strange things like mirages and things, and also distances can play. The light off the water can play tricks on your eyes in terms of judging distance, but eventually you realise that this ship is way oversized. It's probably about 50 foot wide.
Sharpie will take a flight over it on an owl.
Okay.
Just see if there's people. Do the usual scouting.
Yep. Okay. Can you roll a perception for me?
$29.
29. Okay. So it is a giant-sized ship, and there are 3 giants on it.
Any idea what kind of giants?
How close do you want to get?
I don't know. 100 feet?
Yep. I'll show you a picture. Okay, 100, you do a 100 foot away flyby. And they look like frost giants. However,
But those guys are uncomfortable.
I've got a I've got an image to show you. I'll post it into Discord. Gives you a bit of an idea of the difference between ship sizes.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, massive. Sharpie. It looks like, as you're flying over, these giants, one of them reaches down and grabs a rock off the deck, like a cannonball, but there's just a stack of them.
Cool. If he makes a throw at it, Sharpie will use his precog.
Okay. Roll your precog, and roll initiative as well. It's a precog's a
So I've rolled my precog already. It's a 1 and a 2.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Do you want to roll initiative as well?
Is precog?
Whoops. If everyone else wants to roll initiative too, I'll just put your icons on the thing so you can select yourselves. Or are you on this map already?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
Precog's not a reaction, by the way. It's just...
Oh, nice.
With advantage. I get 2 6s. Jesus. Oh no, a 6 and a 9. Okay, good. Better than nothing.
Okay. Just adding them in. So who are we missing? We've got 3 people in the initiative order so far.
Yeah, well, missing me. I rolled a 10.
I'll put you in.
Thank you.
And 10. Done. All right. So, Ash Louise, you're actually first. You see from a couple of 100 feet away some giants aboard, stretching down and going to grab some rocks. What do you want to do?
Oh, blimey. A couple 100 feet away, you say? Okay. As an action, she will activate her channel's ability and create an aura of silvery gold twilight around herself.
Okay.
And say, everyone get close to me.
All right, so you're up the front of it. It's quite a long ship. You're up the front there with Shell and Jacques, I presume. And you cast that. Sharpie, a boulder comes hurtling towards you, and he rolls a... What did you say?
He rolls a 1.
He rolls a 1, and it goes sailing past you. Another one comes.
He rolls a 2.
He rolls a 2. A third one comes. Is he going to roll a 6? Or are you going to let him roll?
I only get 2 precogs.
Oh, do you? Oh, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I get 2 d20s and I had a 1 and a 2.
Nice one. Okay, so this guy's going to
Nice.
chuck his rock. Let's see. Boom. Okay, hits your owl, armor class 20.
I'll do it.
For 25 damage to your bird.
No.
Bird down. Bird
Oh,
down.
no!
No.
Oh, my God. Okay, so boulder clack.
Is it dead or just missed?
You look at the sky. How high up were you?
100 feet.
100 feet.
You're gonna hit the water like a stack of bricks.
Okay, Sharpie, you nosedive like a Spitfire.
Featherfall, obviously. Sorry,
Oh, you
just
can cast
looking
featherfall. Okay, all right. So you and your bird are feather falling. You're with it, and you'll feather fall. I think 20 or 60 foot around. So you're not even going to hit the ground from this thing, and it's actually your turn right now.
I think a healing potion to the owl seems like a great plan.
Okay, perfect. All right, so you've done your reaction. You pour a healing potion down its throat as a reaction. Roll your healing and heal your owl up, and it regains consciousness and takes flight again. it always goes immediately after you. So if you want to move it, or if it moves, oh no, it's a control. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically it runs
Okay.
as far away from the ship as...
Okay.
I don't know exactly where we are in relation, but basically, directly away.
It doesn't really matter. It's more what's its movement rate, because you're just moving away from the ship.
I believe it was 60 feet or 80 feet, I can't remember which. I did actually have it here somewhere, I'm not sure where. Yeah, I think my owl has disappeared.
Oh, I can drag him onto the screen for you if you like. Beasts. No. Animal companions. There he is. Which row? I'll drag him on. Oh, he's tiny.
Where is he? Animal companions?
Yeah, I've just dragged his icon on there. If that matters. NPC companions and alumni.
Oh yeah, I just had his speed written in it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I don't have access to him. That's why.
Oh.
Because I did write all his stats down.
Okay. Edit. Okay, and then who's it going to be? Jacus after this. Why don't you have access to this? Is bizarre. Okay, you should see it now. I'm just adding you. Jacus, what do you want to do?
How far are we from the ship?
Say 200 feet.
Let's see, I'll just tell the captain to move as fast as, to get as close as we can.
Yep, okay. So it closes probably about 60 feet in that range.
Yeah, and I'll just command the archers on the army to open fire on the giants.
Okay. Shell.
That's my turn.
Shell?
Sorry, I was muted. So how far away from the ship are we?
140 feet. Now?
Okay. I'm just going to hold my action in case anybody boards the ship. It's not really much I can do. I don't really have a lot of ranged weaponry that goes that far.
Yeah, okay. Ash Louise.
We are 140 feet now, are we?
140, yeah.
And how far away is Sharpie?
Probably 120 foot away from the ship. The enemy ship.
Oh, damn. Okay. I will cast a moonbeam 120 feet away from me in preparation to move it onto the ship next turn.
Oh, Sharpie's quite close to you. He's 120 foot away from the enemy ship. From his
I
dash.
see. So it's 20 feet from us. I see.
Yeah.
What time of day is it?
Midday.
Damn. All right. I will do my moonbeam. Yeah, it'll be up here, 20 feet away from the enemy ship.
Okay. So you cast Moonbeam, and it's awaiting you being able to do something. These giants go. And they look to the ship that's coming straight at them. They see the bird flying away. There's 4 of you. Jacus, some boulders come sailing in at you. One hitting armor class 20.
Yep, that hits.
I can hardly hear you. Just come up to the microphone.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, it slams into you for... You're kidding me. What's Ash doing? Does 19 damage.
Oh, that's exactly the temp HP.
A second one comes.
Shell, are you standing in my
I
aura?
believe I am, yeah.
You get 20 temp HP.
Wow.
Woo!
Yeah.
And this.
Oh, actually, no, sorry. I think I'm adding 4. Everyone subtract 4 from it. I think
Okay.
it's just my number plus our level.
right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, 16. Better than nothing.
All right. So Jacus, you've taken one boulder doing 19 damage, another one doing 42.
42 damage.
Yes.
Whoa.
On 4d10, there's 10, 10, 8, 8. Almost max.
Crikey.
Also, yeah.
And the third boulder hits armor class 21,
Yeah, that hits.
doing 28 damage.
Hey, look at Jakku. Are you still up?
Yeah.
He's still conscious. Very badly injured.
God damn, this man's made of
Yeah.
stone.
He's got hit by 3 boulders. Sharpie.
Sharpie's basically going to turn around and hover just behind the ship.
Okay. Well, I don't think...
And Owl will take the dodge action.
Okay. So Owl can circle behind the ship, but it can't hover behind the ship. I don't think it's got a hover speed.
Well, sorry, I mean, the ship is moving. The Owl is going to stay at the same position behind the ship, so it's moving at the same speed as the ship.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay.
So it's not hovering, it's just
Yeah. fair
hovering in
enough.
relation.
Jacus, your turn. You're 140 foot away.
Yeah. Bonus action, I'm gonna use a second wind.
Okay. Second wind heals.
And then I guess I'm just gonna dodge.
Okay, take the dodge action. Shell.
How far away is the ship from us?
80.
No, still too far away. Shell will move in front of Jakku, and he'll try and shield him with his body.
Who's that, Jacus?
Yeah,
Yeah,
seeing
okay.
as he's the one who's taken the most damage.
Okay. Ash Louise.
How much health are you missing, Jacus?
You can just go by the colour on his bar.
Oh, okay.
You can see he's below half.
Okay, well, in that case, I will just as a action, I will move my moonbeam over the giants and try to catch two of them.
Okay, you managed to do that because they're clustered at the end of the ship. Looks like this ship could easily carry 20 of these giants. It looks like these guys are just left behind. And what happens?
And how far away is your owl?
Just behind the ship.
Oh yes. Is he in 60 feet of me?
No, he's behind the whole ship, and you guys are up the other end.
Oh, never mind then. Yep, they have to make con saves.
Oh, okay.
Or rather, on their turn, they have to make con saves.
At the start of their turn?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Alright, well, it's their turn now, so one of them gets a 21, and one of them gets a 22.
That's fine, they take half.
How much damage?
Ooh, very nice. Half of 17 in radiant damage.
Okay. Okay, you can see the blood splattering there from the moonbeam burning them somehow. Whoops. Man, this is all going so slowly. Right, now the giants go. Shell, you're in the way, so it's a D3 for you. No, it's a D2. Okay. Ash Louise, a boulder comes sailing in your direction. Hitting armor class 21.
Yes, my armor is 18.
Okay. Does 35 damage. Huge hit. Blam! Another one comes in. Hitting armor class 20. Doing 27 damage.
Yep.
A third one comes in. Hitting armor class 15, and you deftly dodge to the side and it slams into the deck. And splashing in the water next to the ship comes a boulder thrown at maximum range from the shore, and you can see there's another giant on the beach.
Oh wow.
Sharpie.
Sharpie will fly around to the side of the ship and launch a lightning bolt to see if he can get all three of them if possible.
Okay. It's 5 foot wide, so you can easily get two. Do you want to get the two that got the moonbeam, or?
Yep, no worries.
Yeah, okay. Dexterity saving throws.
Nice.
Ooh, nice damage. 31. 17 did. DC.
And what? 17. Both of them fail, so they both take the full damage. And anything else, Sharpie?
Al can just
I'm missing that. You're breaking.
keep flying along. So Al continue flying, take the dodge action.
Yeah. All right.
That's it
Jackus.
for me.
How far away are we at this point?
20 feet.
We're 20 feet away from the ship.
Yeah, away from the ship. Yep.
Okay, so we can get there probably next round. I'm just gonna if I go prone, it's at disadvantage, right?
Yes.
I'll just go prone, and for my action, I'm gonna lay on hands myself for 35,
Okay.
and then bonus action. You see Jackus being
really pissed at these frost giants because we've encountered them for the longest time. Once to get rid of them, I'm gonna do Hunter's Mark on the nearest one.
Okay. I'm going to mark this guy. I'm moving forward a little bit. And put the old arrows in the back. Okay, so your hunter's marking, lie prone, and lay on hands. Shell. Oh, the two boats now crash alongside each other.
Alright, Shell will leap aboard the boat and his eyes will flash red as he goes into a rage, and he'll say engaging target, and he'll pull out his greatsword and swing at the closest frost giant.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Reckless. So, greatsword. How do I roll with advantage? Roll. Attack. 14. 14.
Armor class 20 hits.
Okay. That's 6 damage. I'll roll reckless again.
Hang on. How much damage?
I believe it was 10.
Yeah, I'm saying 10. Okay. All right.
Is that what it said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I said you said 6, but
Features. Sorry, it was 2d6.
all right. Okay. Second attack.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Second attack. Reckless again.
Well, you're now reckless until your next turn, I think.
Yeah.
26.
That's 26 to hit.
Boom.
And then another attack. Ooh, that's good. 14 damage.
Okay, two big two-handed sword swings. No bonus action.
I've raged,
Oh,
so that's my
rage.
bonus action.
Yep. And then you get 15 temporary hit points. But they don't stack with whatever temporary hit points you've already got. So you just need to only top them up if you've lost them.
Where do I get the 15 temporary hit points from?
Because
I have an ongoing aura everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I've already got them up, so
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. Ashlow.
Jacuz, do you need 15? Or Sharpie?
Sharpie's out of range.
Sharpie's out of range.
Okay. I shall how are the giants looking?
One of them is about half, and the other two look okay.
I will, as an action, cast Mass Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Oh, wait, who's in Jacuz, right?
Jacuz. So cure him.
Actually, his health looks pretty good.
It's above half.
He did just lay hands on himself, so he might be okay.
I will use my healer feat to heal myself then, as an action, and as a bonus action I will cast Spiritual Weapon and attack the injured one.
Okay. Roll to hit the injured one, and then roll your healing.
21 to hit,
21 hits.
11 force damage.
Okay. And is that you, Ash Louise?
And I heal myself for
Okay.
yeah, I heal myself for 20.
Okay, awesome. Okay, one giant that's not engaged jumps across to the other ship and whacks at you, Jacuz, while you're prone.
Yeah, sure.
Hitting up past 21.
Brace. I'm gonna brace first.
Okay.
Let's see. But it's gonna be at disadvantage, right? Because
Yep.
I'm prone. 20.
Armor class 20 hits. You whack him in the knees with your hammer.
Yeah, and I'm gonna add Divine Smite.
How much damage in total?
28.
Oh,
Whoa.
okay.
Junkie.
You whack him in the ankle for 28 as he lands on the deck. He thumps down at you with a 21 with a enormous double-handed axe, giant-sized, doing 31 damage.
Oof. Okay.
He then whacks you again, doing 28 damage.
Jeez.
Shell, you've got 2 fighting you.
Yay.
What's your armor class?
It is 17, but and they have advantage on me because I attacked recklessly.
Okay.
But I am
The
raging.
one that's injured is attacking Shell, right?
Yes. And his buddy.
The one that is not injured can have. Yeah, the one that is not injured can make a save against the crown's time
Hang on.
warp ability.
The one that's not injured is has now been injured by
Can make
Jacuz.
It's sorry, add 2 damage for the brace.
Okay.
So there was one Frost Giant that was really badly injured,
Yes, and he's about to attack.
and one that was
Shell.
less bad. Yeah, so the one that's not badly injured attacking Shell can make the save against the crown's
Okay,
time walk.
right. And is this your reaction, is it?
Yes.
All right. Have you got that? What's the range of it? I thought I can't recall what it is. It's a spell from. I think you.
Hang on, I don't have D&D Beyond open. I can't pull it up.
I can find it soon enough. Hey. What am I looking at? Custom magic item. So do you know what the spell's called? Or what it does?
So he has to make a save, or basically he loses this attack and disappears and comes back in his action next round.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
DC save, intelligence 15, I believe.
Right. Yeah, okay. It's just that's got a name. Unless I know what spell it is, we can't look it up.
Sorry, I'll try and write that in my character sheet for next round.
It's the text of all of them is pasted into the D&D Beyond item. Well, that's probably attached to you.
Yeah, I
right?
just can't have D&D Beyond open.
Ah, right, yeah. Okay, I've got an idea. I can just go in to my I can look in your character sheet easy because that's going to be attached to you. Your campaign. Sharpie. This is all happening on the giant's turn. Equipment. There it is. Crown of Timeless Body. Time Ravage? No. Temporal Shunt. Use your action to cast one of the spells. Sapping Sting. Temporal Shunt is probably what you're referring to.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so it does use a reaction. Reaction taken when a creature you can see makes an attack roll or starts to cast a spell. You cast a triggering wisdom saving throw or be thrown to another point in time. You send him back in time, causes the attack to miss. Alright, so that's all we need to know. We're good. Wisdom saving throw, here we go. Alright, so this giant swings its axe, and just as it does, it vanishes, causing the attack to miss, or the spell to be wasted. At the start of its next turn, it reappears. So what that means is it doesn't even get its second attack either. So that's meaning only one of those giants gets to whack at you, Mr. Shell. First attack from him.
Rightio.
Hits a 26.
Yes.
Doing 26 damage.
Ouch.
The second one hits a 15.
Wipes out that as well.
Doing 16 damage.
16 damage. What was the AC attack again? 16?
15.
15? That my AC is 17.
Oh, so
he misses.
Okay, so the second attack misses. The first guy's vanished off in time somewhere due to the magical powers of the Sharpie. And Jackus, I think I've already whacked at you. So Sharpie.
Sorry, Ant. I'm raging. Was that attack halved?
No, you'll have to halve it.
Was 26 halved?
Yep. So 13.
Okay, I'll halve that. Yep. No worries.
Sharpie.
Alright. Sharpie is going to throw a Psychic Dagger, or 2 Psychic Daggers at the Frost Giant fighting shell.
Okay.
Twenty-two. 22, which hits, and an 11, which probably doesn't.
Yeah, the 11 misses, but the 22 hits. You can roll your damage. Sneak attack.
21 damage.
All
correct.
right. He's looking quite badly injured now. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, Jackus.
Owl dodges.
So Jack is gonna stand up, and he's gonna be still really pissed about this chance keep on hitting him.
Yep.
So he's gonna hit him with the hammer. Sorry, it's taking a long time to show. 28.
Okay, whack him with trauma. Your hammer.
First one, 28.
Hits.
I'm gonna add the smite again.
Okay.
Oh. And then another
How much damage?
13 damage
Okay.
for the first one.
Second attack with trauma also hits.
21 damage on the second one.
Okay.
And then, let's see. 26 damage on the third attack. I smited on all of those.
Yeah.
So my level 1 spell slot are gone. How does the giant look?
He's got about a third of his health left.
Yeah, I'm gonna action surge. 22.
22 hits.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do a level 2 Divine Smite for this one.
Okay.
Please.
26 damage.
Uh,
And
you've almost chopped him down.
yeah, another 23. And another
He's dead.
Yep.
He's
and
down.
another Divine Smite. Level 2 Divine Smite. So that's another 20 damage.
Okay, you get him with
Yeah.
that.
He's already dead.
You get no. It takes the last attack to kill him. All right.
Did I need to smite? Yeah, just Jack. That's my turn.
All right. You've unloaded. Shell.
Yeah, 10 HP.
All right, I'll Shell will keep attacking the guy who was attacking before. So reckless again.
Okay.
Forever reckless. What is that? So 14 to hit. Does that hit?
No, it doesn't. They've got a patchwork of armor.
Oh, it doesn't. Bugger. All right, second attack.
Are you reckless? Otherwise,
Okay, that definitely hits.
you get advantage to hit, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm recklessing.
Okay.
I'm rolling it with advantage on D&D Beyond.
Oh, so it's picking the highest. Okay.
So that one hit, the 22.
I did.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to do slashing. And I forgot to add it last time, but this time I will. I'll add +3 to whatever this is for my rage damage.
Okay.
So
I'm happy to
roll.
put the missed rage damage on now. That's fine.
Yeah, sure. So that would be 9 plus 3. So that would be 12 damage on that attack. And then +3 from the last time I hit them as well. Actually, it'd be +6 because I hit twice. So, yeah.
All right. He's on his last legs, but still standing and sturdy.
Okie dokie.
Ash Louise.
I've done my part. I'm still standing there.
Yep.
I can't tell the giant's auras. Oh, I can just about see it. It's a very thin colored line, isn't it? Okay.
Because their token's so huge.
The one on the left is the one I've been at. The one that Shell is attacking.
And Shell is good himself, HP wise. Like he looks green to me.
Oh yeah, like because I was raging before, it didn't even take away all my temp hit points, so I'm still full.
That was good. Oh, well, very nice. I filled you another 13. If that's higher, you take the 13.
Oh, okay.
If it's lower, you keep the current
Sweet.
number. Yeah, temp HP you can only take. You just take the higher number.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't stack. Okay, sure. As an action, I will move my beam over that left frost giant, and as a bonus action, I will move my sword over and slash at it.
Okay. It does a saving throw.
On its turn.
Oh, and its turn. Yep. Okay. And it fails. You can roll damage.
Oh, I rolled a nat 1 to hit, so let's see if Moonbeam does better. Great, 11 radiant damage.
Nice.
Okay. Right. So this guy attacks you, Shell. You're reckless, I believe.
Yep, reckless, always reckless, forever
Okay.
reckless.
So the first attack hits armor class 22
That hits.
and does 17 damage.
Is that halved?
No, so 6 damage.
It's half.
6, no,
17.
so 8 damage.
6 damage.
8.
8 damage, yeah.
The,
8 damage. Okay.
the second attack does 15.
That's a miss.
Oh no, it hits with a 21. Does 30 damage or 29
Oh,
damage.
yep.
29 damage, so so 14 damage.
Okay,
halved.
14 damage.
The second
Yep.
guy attacks you, 2 attacks.
Alright. Keep him coming.
It hits,
Yeah. Yep.
doing 16 damage to you. I've already halved that.
Okay, 16. Next attack.
We've got a natural 20 here.
Whoa.
Oh boy. It's okay. I got your back.
That's fine. I'm still in the triple digits.
He does
Jesus. Wow.
26, 36, 38, 39, 45. So 22 damage with the crit.
22 damage.
Yep.
Wow.
I'm still at 102 HP.
Insane.
Hang on. 102. And what's your maximum?
Yes.
1 4 something?
My max is 149. Plus the 13 temp that I got from Ash Louise.
Okay, so I've put the 13 temp into your blue bar to take them off first
Okay.
when you do get them.
Well, that's gone. Yeah, that's gone long ago. I'm pretty sure the first guy who hit me took them out.
Oh yeah, and then you've got 102. So you've got a bar now. You can change your hit points in on your token,
Ah, okay, sweet.
and then the bar will
I'll get rid
change
of
so
that,
people
delete
can
that.
see roughly what you like. That's all them done. So
All
Sharpie,
right, excellent.
Sharpicles.
Alright, those 2 giants are back, so I will lightning bolt them.
Okay,
Actually, no. Yeah, lightning bolt.
okay.
$30 damage.
Wow.
Okay, one of them dies to it.
Very respectable.
And the other one takes full damage.
Yep, that's me done.
And Jackus.
Bonus action, I'm gonna transfer Hunter's Mark to the giant here.
Okay,
And then I'm gonna move over to the ship
yep,
and attack it.
okay. 2 attacks with trauma. Oh, with the mace.
Yeah, does the those hit?
Yeah, both of them hit. How much damage?
13 and 10. So 23 total.
Okay, he takes both of those pounding hits. Shell.
Yo. Oh, my turn. Crikey. That was quick. Alright, second burst, same as the first. I'm gonna roll advantage.
Yep.
Smack this guy. That's an 18 to hit.
It hits.
Hits, sweet. Roll this, plus 3. That's 13. Wait, why is that plus 4?
Strength 18.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
that's
strength
because
one.
so 4, 5, 6, 7. So 13, 16 points of damage.
For the rage. There's 3. Yep.
Yep, for the rage. I'm gonna roll reckless again. Come on, die, you bastard. 23 to hit.
Yep. Hits.
And second. 14, 15, 16, 17 points of damage for this one. He's still standing, my god. I just soften him up, but you guys keep taking him out.
Okay. Ash Louise.
I mean, my damage is not the best, but I will give it a go. Moonbeam and sword. Let's see. I have such bad luck with spiritual weapon. Does a 15 hit?
15 hits. You get it.
Oh, thank God. Just.
Nice.
Oh, she rolled a 1 on damage. 5 force damage. And let's see, Moonbeam.
Okay, you pile the moonbeam over him, and he rolls his dexterity.
9. Con.
Con, hang on. Okay, fails it.
9 radiant. Oh, 14 radiant.
And
I don't know what happened
dies and drops into the hold.
Oh my gosh, I killed something!
You killed a frost giant with
Nice.
moonbeam. Put that in the diary. Okay, so 3 frost giants dead at your feet. There's still boulders sailing into the ground into the water, maybe slightly out of range. You can hear angry yells, bellows from the beach and the jungle beyond.
Can we search the ship?
You can hear the
And the
captain's.
giant?
So let's heal you a little bit.
Sharp, you'll stay aloft and keep watching those frost giants on the shore.
Okay. A frost giant starts wading out to sea.
Shell will say, associates, I recommend we scuttle this ship and return to our own vessel.
Fine.
I mean, do you have enough crew, Jacuz, to have both ships? You could build a fleet.
You would need
Not with
you'd need giants.
What
to
not
start
with
the
the giant coming?
Yeah, it's a giant ship. It's like 100 feet long or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Alright, let's head back and let's get away from this place.
Okay. One boulder does come sailing at your ship. Looks like the giant's waded out to sea to a 15-foot depth and is throwing boulders. One clatters off the side of the hull, but doesn't crack the wood or anything. And effectively, you all sail on.
Well, I did not expect to see frost giants again, especially not at sea, but here we are. Do you need healing, Cheryl and Jacuz?
Yeah, I hate those guys. We have to make sure to rid them of this world.
I don't know. We'll be fighting them when they're undead. You know, death curse on this island and all.
Yeah, we also saw Game of Thrones. Okay, so sail off for south for another day. One, two.
All right.
Three.
And I will set up a Twilight Dome on our ship just in case.
Okay.
So I get the party to sit around me for 10 minutes. I ritual cast a tiny hut, and then I go, okay, you can leave, but if you get under attack, we can hide under here. I'm the only one who can't leave.
Okay, so you pass the inlet, Kitchener's Inlet, that heads towards Port Castiglia and Mezro. Mezro, if you recall, is the what used to be the capital city of Chult, and was marked on your old map as the capital of the nation. Now a ruin. Reportedly, there's flaming fist there, and also oddly, I think Masika was the one that said that Artis had lived there for a while. She's looking a bit wistful as you pass it by.
What was your relationship with this artist fellow? I'm sorry, did I introduce myself?
Well, we travelled together for a long time, the three of us, and are firm friends.
Can I insight check her?
Yeah, roll an insight.
I'm thinking, I suspect maybe they're more than friends because.
On the
21.
Ooh, okay. Yep. So you don't sense any romantic involvement, but she is hiding something, or trying to not reveal something.
No. I'll telepathically pass that around, I think.
On the second week, you sight a dragon off in the distance. It doesn't circle back in your direction, but and it might be, half a mile away, but it's definitely a dragon. You've seen dragons before.
Wow. Is that inland? How far inland is that? South or west?
If I draw it, let's have a look.
Okay, it's like northwest.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Okay. You finally come sailing in towards this this bay. You can see volcanoes on the far horizon to the south. The Sky Lizard Mountains. And as you go through the shallows towards the sandy beach, looking down through crystal clear, beautiful tropical water, you can see buildings beneath you, probably only between 15 and 20 feet down would be the tops of the buildings, and some of them are 2 or 3 story buildings. It looks like you're sailing over a town.
Sailing over a town.
Yeah, it's completely submerged.
But it's it's submerged under water.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's Atlantis.
And there's a and there's a river leading into the further in.
No,
or
there's
is this
not.
just like an inlet?
It's an inlet. There's a few outcroppings of rocks and things. And you can see there's some sort of humanoid creature on the rock watching the ship.
How far away?
Oh. Again, about 100 feet. It's 100 feet by the time you realise there's a creature on the rock. You see the rocks though, well before. Doesn't look like it's hiding.
You'll take a fly across it.
Okay. Looks like some sort of fish man. It's got legs and arms, but has, scales and hands and feet.
Can Sharpie make some sort of roll to know what kind of fish man it is?
Yeah, you could roll a nature check.
I'll add a die to that.
Yep.
15.
Okay. No, you don't identify it as any particular type of humanoid. What does the 4 put you up to 15?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So you probably recognise it as a triton.
Alright, and they're relatively good creatures, aren't they?
Yeah, or at least not known to be particularly malicious or anything.
Alright, Sharpie will give it a wave and return to the ship.
Okay.
And obviously report to the front as it is.
Okay. And the ship sails on and eventually beaches into crossing over the top of Ishal and lands. Whoops. I'm moving your... Just going to move your writing here. You put down your tents, and what I do for this is wherever your party marker is now is important, because within 1 square you can get the lay of the land, and I uncover those as we go.
Okie pokey.
The captain and Jacus's lieutenant and Lucius start unloading all the stuff, and they start almost immediately putting up tents, and Lucius orders some of the soldiers to start cutting long spikes to start a defensive perimeter. They send out some search crew looking for a defensible spot to build a fort.
And then send them out to hunt.
Okay. What about the rest of you?
What was the question, sorry?
What about the rest of you? What are you going to do? Just camping out overnight and then setting off?
Yeah, well, is there anything worth exploring, Sharpie?
Sharpie would do like a fly around quite high level, just
Yep.
around a couple. Each hex is how far? Sorry.
Each hex is a day's travel.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, the owl's really only going to be able to see 1 hex around us anyway.
Yep.
But yeah, Sharpie will do that, but we're still going to do it.
Okay. Otherwise, it's a very dense jungle. Your owl's going to have a bit of trouble flying through if you go beneath the canopy. If you can think
No,
of
no,
like,
no. It'll be high up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So the next day.
Shell.
Yep.
Okay. Yep, never mind. Next day.
So next day, you wake up. Lucius is still looking for a good spot, but has got some plans for how the fort will be constructed and where, generally. He's thinking on this promontory just over here, if I ping it. Just so it's a bit more visible. He's more worried about things approaching from the land and the sea.
Alright. Is there like a small hill where so we have like height advantage?
You're very echoey. I can't really catch what you're saying.
Is there like a small hill where we can set up?
Yeah, there's high areas as well. So, but not. So there's either high but then closer to the jungle, or lower but down on this promontory.
Alright, yeah. That's that. Alright. Just keep it near the... This was fine.
Okay. And the Ankylosaurus is brought on shore, saddled up with all of your stuff. Sharpie, are you guiding, or Shell, are you guiding? Sharpie scouting and Shell saying which way to go.
Sharpie probably Skype.
Okay.
I'll be riding ice for this one.
Okay. So ice is.
So we didn't take the point.
So Shell, can you move the party counter? Do you have?
Can, yeah, I think so. Oh, Doesn't look like I can.
Okay.
Select move. Nope.
Which way do you want to go?
I don't know. Where are we heading? We're heading south, basically straight south, right? But we have to go around the Sky Lizard Mountain. So I think
Going
we're heading
south and a bit south and a bit east, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to draw on the map where we're going to go. So I'm going to I want to head. Basically, I want to head this way, and then go basically a straight shot to our destination.
Oh yeah, okay. All right. Well, I'll move it then.
Yep.
Okay, day 1. The first day in, you get your first taste of what it's like travelling around in the forest. Ah. And here is, and you, what's happened, Jacques, probably you're the one that's, and Ash Louise, you're finding that at the end of the day, you need to do a constitution check for exhaustion because of the metal armour.
Oh,
So it sounds like Jacques, you're
I
just
didn't
gonna,
realize there was a thing on the boat.
you're just going to grin and bear it. No, it's just once you start out into the jungle.
Oh. Well, I told the boys to buy me leather armor or something in
Yep.
the market, like whatever the locals do.
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
we're
heavy
going to do
armor.
that retrospectively. So we'll sort out some shopping. So if you want leather armour, you can swap it out for that. So Jacques, do you want to do a constitution check?
17.
Okay. So you managed to muscle through. And on the second day, other than the heat of the jungle is oppressive, you get completely saturated and you need to be used to just being wet and hot and sweaty during the day and wet and cold during the night. You're finding that the water traps are incredibly useful, and you need those extra ones to be able to feed your Ankylosaurus water as well as ice.
I don't think ice needs any food or water.
We can check that up.
It's a magic creature, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless you hide her in a spectral realm, whatever. Maybe.
Yeah. But that's only familiars. He can anti-summon it, but then he has to cast a spell to re-summon.
Because it's a spirit. So I don't think spirit eats or drinks.
No matter for now. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in. Other than seeing the generals, jungle creatures, monkeys high above you, colourful butterflies and birds and things, you see these cockroaches that must be 1.5 feet long.
Not really big. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in, you find this
shrine. It looks like a person sitting, androgynous, you can't tell male or female. And it looks like it's had the side of it smashed in and a secret hollow area within it is exposed and empty.
The treasure hunters. I must say, they're rather defiling and sort of smashing things up, aren't they? That can't be good for historical monuments of this continent.
You come out of the jungle on the 10th day, a week in the jungle you spent, looking across a lake. And I'm exposing that for you so that it's, as you look across it. This is something that Sharpie, if you go high enough, will go for a bit of a spin in your owl. You can get the lay of the land from this.
He will be doing that, yes.
Okay, at this point you start to feel Jacques, you're walking along and your breastplate swings loose. Almost as if it's about to fall off, swinging on a hinge. And you look down and you look at it and the strap is completely rotted through. And looking at it, the leather is very deteriorated.
Can I ask Shell to fix it up, patch it up?
I can use my smith's tools to repair it.
It's not a blacksmithing thing, it's more a leatherworking. The blacksmithing, the
Sharpie can do leather working.
Yep, the armour's okay.
Well, I'm wearing full plate, so...
Yeah. So you're wearing full plate, but they tie on somehow.
Sharpie, you say you have a leather working kit?
Yep, I do. So
Could we
can give it a chance of preparing it?
Yeah, could we hunt down some animals to gain some leather to use it to find some material so he can repair his armor?
Yeah, so let's say you take a day on the lake and go looking for natural materials. And with this alert of what's happened with Jacques, you check your stuff and you find that even your clothes and things seem to be, they're getting mould on them. Even your boots are starting to rot away, not so bad as everything else. None of your magic items are affected, of course, but even like the straps and the stitching on the backpacks.
Is this normal in this area, Shell? Or in Chult?
The lands of Chult are strange and mysterious. The Sword Coast materials are not made for this kind of environment. Shell will, he doesn't seem surprised by this. He'll take off his thick cloak that he's been wearing to cover himself up, and he'll take his bags and he'll basically wrap his cloak around his bags to give it additional protection.
Okay.
And he'll say, I bought bags while I was in town, in Cholton bags.
Yep.
They're in my equipment, so I could put that stuff in my bags. Would those rot away if they were Cholton, bought in Chult?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. So
they're still rotting away.
They're still rotting away. Masika,
maybe this is
Masika's weaving, goes to the edge of this lake and finds some reeds, and she starts to weave some baskets and says,
okay,
we probably need to, instead of using backpacks, this will perform just as well. And what you get is like what you see some of the Choltons running around in with just woven baskets. And they said if it takes 10 days or 15 days or so and they rot, we'll just make another one.
Yep. Shell accepts this without question. Seems very normal to him.
So the first things that seem to go is cloth and leather to some extent.
We'll hunt down some appropriately sized animals and skin them, and we can use that leather to repair any items.
Okay.
Excuse me, that need repairing.
Okay.
I've got a hunting trap I can use, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So, Sharpie, do you want to do it? You've got leatherworking, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you would be able to fashion, even using the skins of these. It wouldn't be properly tanned, so it'd look pretty raw. But you could definitely fashion straps from the skin of some sort of slain dinosaur. And you've got sort of dinosaur straps, Jackus, tying your armour together.
Thanks, Sharpie.
It looks a bit hodgepodge, but it's definitely functional.
No problem.
And at the end of 2 or 3 days, just pausing at the edge of the Choltangar, you now all your pouches and things are made of handmade sort of buckskin with the sort of a snakeskin bumps on them from dinosaur hide, and your armour and things are the metal armour is only held together by straps. Okay. For the people with metal stuff, you find that rust spots and things do appear on it, but if you spend a fair amount of time each day cleaning it off, like you do with swords and things, sharpening your sword and looking after it each day, probably an hour it takes just to keep it in a condition where it's not going to rust away. It looks like if you just came here and left it to its own device, it'd rust away very quickly.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
it
I'll
doesn't-
probably do that before sleeping.
It just doesn't seem natural. Sorry, what's that, Jackus?
I'll probably be doing that before we go to sleep.
Okay, so it's a ritual you start to do every day, is maintaining all your metal stuff. And I guess, Ash, you might be doing that
You'll notice.
with your leather armour.
Yeah, I bought hide. Could you get dinosaur hide? Would that be immune to rotting?
What you would do is, it would rot and would need replacing, but it doesn't just all fall off in one heap. So what you might be doing is replacing, so it becomes a patchwork.
Nah.
And it becomes apparent why people look like they've gone native if they come into this area.
Yeah, so she'll still have to polish her shield and whatnot to keep
Yeah.
it in order, and then patchwork her hide on.
Yeah. Your soft metals are not affected, so anything gold, silver, platinum, stuff like that. Bone items are not affected either. Wood somewhat, but mostly cloth. What are you going to do for clothes? So you don't need them, but you could fashion skins or something like that.
Shell doesn't need clothes, so he's fine.
Right. Everybody else?
How is my pouch of holding up?
He said if it's magical, then it's not being affected.
Magical, perfectly
Okay,
fine.
cool. Yeah.
In fact, things like someone's, I think Ash took off her metal armour. You put that in the bag of holding, it will prevent it from getting tarnished.
Oh, yes, please.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So Sharpie's also going to take his owl harness off.
Oh, yeah.
'cause that's going to rot away pretty quickly.
Yes.
So that's going in the bag of holding, and yeah.
Let's see. Could I? At some point when this kind of starts to begin,
Yep.
Bill will sit on the floor and he'll his eyes will flash and he'll cast Commune with Nature.
Yep.
I'd like to know why this is happening.
Okay.
It says you instantly gain knowledge of 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects as they relate to the area. Terrain and bodies of water, prevalent plants, minerals, animals or people, powerful celestials, fays, fiends, elementals or undead, influences from other planes of existence, or the location of any buildings within a 3-mile radius.
Okay. So this area, the shell sort of shakes a little bit and it's a little bit pale, if a tree man can look pale. Bit ashy. This area is infected or affected with a much stronger force of entropy. So in Chult, as in anywhere, the natural state of decay prevails. If you don't maintain things, they rust. If you don't replace and repair and oil and sharpen, they go blunt and they die, and if you don't feed things, they die. If you don't keep building your sandcastle, it eventually gets washed away. And so the natural state of things is for things to gradually crumble and turn to nothing and become formless with the rest of the cosmos. This place seems to be that force is much stronger, almost outweighing the force of creation.
With that commune, would I understand the radius of that entropy?
To the extent that your senses for your commune with nature goes, it's the whole entire range of that.
The whole place is okay. The whole place is like that.
Yeah, miles around, I think it is.
Right. Oh, that sucks. I relay that to the team.
Okay.
What do you relay, sorry?
This land.
The entropy.
Yes. Full of entropy. Everything that is here rots.
Wow, it's funny you say that, because the last place we were at, it was eternal darkness and cold. So, I guess that's just our luck, really. Ash just shrugs. I guess there's some kind of dark god we have to fight down here too.
Quite possibly.
Ho hum.
There are many dark gods in Chult.
Okay, so it's slow going now. You're slogging your way through really dense jungle. You've gone now between the Sky Lizard Mountains and the peaks of flame. You can't see them, you can't hear them. It's pretty much twilight all the time. The foliage is so dense. Sharpie, you're having a little bit of trouble with Witro.
Mm-hmm.
Just
So it won't be flying him anymore because of the harness, but yeah.
Yeah. But also just for him to get around, he's finding it very difficult because his wingspan, he just gets tangled in jungle vines and things. Large flying creatures will struggle.
Oh, he can fly above. I just won't be flying on him.
Yeah. Okay. Then he loses track of where you are. You find a few points where you're doing that. And unless
well, I mean, we'd be psychically linked.
Oh yeah,
so.
yeah, okay, yep, all right. So you psychic link, and that's how you manage to maintain contact and have him make his way through the trees slowly back down to you at the end of each day. Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, that sounds right.
All right, so you're heading down to this direction here, into the Buckamora, straight through the belly of the Choltengar. You're sleeping that night. Is there a watch? How do you rest?
Shell will take a watch every night.
Okay.
I also have a trait, a feature, called Sentry's Rest. I appear inert, but it doesn't render me unconscious, and I can see and hear as normal. So even though I sit still for like 6 hours, I'm still like aware.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Ash should bring a sleeping mat and just sleep on the deck under her dome of twilight that's translucent from the inside, or transparent from the inside, so she'll just join Shell, the two of them on the deck.
Okay.
And she also has like magical night vision, so she would be good on a watch as well.
Right, sounds like got it sorted. Sharpie goes to sleep.
It's like, yeah, they can handle this.
Okay. So Shell's on watch all night, and Ash is taking a watch. Okay.
Yep. I just can't move for 6 hours. I have to sit still for 6 hours, but after 6 hours, I'm fully done.
Okay. All right. So throughout that night, on the third night of entering the Choltengar, you hear some rustling in the bushes, and looking across, you can see some skeletons coming, sort of like a swarm of them coming crashing through the jungle. Looks like they're just aimlessly meandering, but as your Ankylosaurus makes a bit of a grunt and looks around alarmed, it's sort of tethered to a tree or something, and you can see there's a group of skeletons walking through the jungle towards you. And with that, it's 11:30. I think we should stop there. You've done a
Okay.
massive session to get one session to get from Luskan all the way south, and now this next one making your way, and finally you're in completely uncharted territory, deep in the Choltengar, where
Naked and afraid.
surrounded in entropy, looking like cavemen,
Yeah.
and
Sweet. It's great to be back in Chult.
it's great to be back. All right.
This is the worst place ever. Your home is terrible.
Oh, dude.
I know, right? It is.
Ash, like, friggin', Ant's taking it easy on you guys. He hasn't even done any, like, disease rolls or anything yet.
What's that?
Are you gonna do that? Are you gonna do the disease stuff?
Oh yeah, I'll just have to. I'm trying to sort of fast track getting there, but there's still, like, if you count the hexes, there's still 15 days through the entropy.
Oh, I forgot. I was gonna buy gems in the big city as well. Well, we can sort that out over the fortnight.
Yep.
Yeah, you did mention buying gems, like diamonds and stuff,
Yep.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good thing I'm immune to disease.
Oh, show off.
Yes.
Yeah, same.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well,
Alrighty.
Let's close out here, and
Cool.
see you all in a fortnight.
Yay.
Bye.
Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah. I can get rid of that ocean voyage now.
Alright, guys, I'll catch you later.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Night.
See ya.
See ya.
Alright, bye.
Time-hearted Mother Earth awaits 1 week for thee.